in the future. Strengthening the technological and institutional capacities of public and private spheres seem to be crucial for ensuring that there is sufficient design, construction, and quality assurance capacity in a post-disaster situation. Building back faster reduces disaster impacts by accelerating reconstruction through measures such as contingent reconstruction planning, pre-approved contracting, and financial arrangements. The speed at which assets and public infrastructure are reconstructed after a disaster is thus a major factor determining the overall effect on humans' well-being. And finally, building back more inclusive ensures that post-disaster support reaches all affected social groups. Poor people are not only more vulnerable to natural hazards, they also tend to have access to fewer post-disaster support devices such as insurance, borrowing, remittances, and have fewer savings to draw on. Consequently, they tend to experience higher losses relatively and often have to resort to negative coping mechanisms such as reducing food waste, cutting down on healthcare, and reducing education costs. This concept of building back better is aimed at improving the three phases of this recovery process to ensure that the recovery contributes to a more resilient society. It's defined by the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction as, quote, the use of the recovery, rehabilitation, and the reconstruction phases after a disaster to increase the resilience of nations and communities through integrating disaster risk reduction measures into the restoration of physical infrastructure and societal systems and into the revitalization of livelihoods, economies, and the environment. Quotation ended. Resilience to natural disasters is never constant. It depends on a wide range of dynamic factors. These include changing exposure due to population growth and rapid urbanization, intensifying hazard levels due to climate change, and strengthening ability to cope and recover due to effective disaster risk governance. Most assessments of losses due to natural disaster focus on damages to assets, including buildings, infrastructure, equipment, and production. Four drivers of the loss in well-being are hazard, means the probability an event occurs, exposure, which is the population and the assets located in the affected area, asset vulnerability, or the fraction of asset value lost when affected by hazard, and socio-economic resilience, which is defined as a ratio of asset losses to well-being. A faster recovery can ensure that people restore their income and assets as early as possible, making it possible to use their savings to maintain consumption levels. The impact on well-being depends on who is affected. It also depends on how asset losses affect income and consumption during the recovery and the reconstruction phase. More inclusive recovery can ensure that the poorest and the most vulnerable can access the support they need to reconstruct. In the absence of such support, they are the most likely to experience the long-term consequences caused by health issues and disability, loss of schooling and education, or simply the inability to save or borrow to rebuild or replace lost assets. A rapid and more inclusive reconstruction is key to preventing poor people from magnify the impact of disaster. The recovery process is usually structured into three main stages. First, humanitarian relief, including search and rescue and medical care. Second, restoration of basic services, including the supply of clean water, food, sanitation, basic energy, mobility, and healthcare needs. And third, the reconstruction phase, including infrastructure reconstruction, the repair or replacement of building and production equipment, and asset recovery by household, typically the longest and costliest phase of recovery. While post-disaster reconstruction offers opportunities for fast and significant progress, ex-ante actions are of paramount importance. Financial inclusion, retrofitting of buildings, social safety nets, and risk-informed land use planning are some of the ex-ante measures that not only keep to reduce the losses in the case of disaster, but also contribute to sustainable and resilient development more generally. The built environment touches all aspects of people's lives, encompassing the buildings people live and work in, the distribution systems that provide communities with water and electricity, and the roads, bridges, and transportation systems people use to get from place to place. Generally, the built environment encompasses the human-made or modified artificial structures that provide people with living, working, and recreational spaces. Constructing or designing all these spaces and systems requires supplying an enormous quantities of resources. Let's emphasize the two main elements of resilience, linked with two basic human needs. First, food supply protection, and second, the issue of safe, healthy housing. Two needs that we can't imagine to stay without. First, food protection. We know that practice of satisfying our needs in food has been industrialized, and satisfying these needs means improving communications and connections, not between only local communities, but between the countries and international. Moreover, it functions as a global network of agricultural enterprises and services. It makes it not easy to launch and to ensure its function. Second, the housing. Since recent decades, humanity become rather urban than rural, or since we mostly live in the cities, we are more dependent on housing limitations. Means that our living conditions are more socialized and technologically dependent. Both fundamental problems of our basic needs have no individual or private solution. One can survive or resist alone. It is always a social and political issue, a problem of local communities and urban governments. Building a more resilient city can help reduce the potential negative consequences of climate change. A resilient city is one in which institutions, communities, businesses, and individuals have the capacity to survive, adapt, and grow in response to any type of shock or stress that they may experience. Such cities integrate the qualities of flexibility, redundancy, robustness, resourcefulness, reflectiveness, inclusiveness, and integration into all aspects of city functions. These qualities of resilience are considered to be essential to preventing the breakdown or failure of a system and enabling it to take action in a timely manner. The key building a disaster resilient city is to enhance the capacity of citizens to effectively engage in disaster preparedness and emergency governance. Citizens need to be aware of their responsibility to take individual actions to prepare for emergencies and to proactively participate in collective responses to maintaining the safety of their neighbors and communities. Disaster management requires community-based and state-responsible resilience. Two important training goals are the general preparation and education of citizens, the first one. The second is the establishment of special skilled rescue teams. I'm going to finish very soon in a couple of minutes. Natural disasters are not only a technical problem but also a social one. Natural disasters are a very increasing rate and harm the world's poorest countries and people disproportionately. More people have lived the need for disasters, and the impact on well-being is equivalent to consumption losses of about $520 billion a year around the world, outstripping previous estimates of pure asset losses by as much as 60%. Rich nations typically experience fewer or less severe natural disasters than poor nations, but richer nations experience better resilience and therefore less victims from disaster. Low-income countries are less able to prepare for and respond to natural hazards, leading to greater losses of lives, homes, and livelihoods when disasters strike, and to slower economic recovery thereafter. While harm from natural hazards and climate-related events cannot be wholly avoided, the effect can be mitigated. Being resilience, despite the income and wealth, has become an important part of the global development agenda. It means reducing everywhere on earth people's exposure to natural hazards, improving their ability to both live and recover from shocks. Is it possible, the final question, is it possible to equalize the disparity in resilience before the effect of natural disasters? It depends on international community nowadays. The main social obstacle remains capitalism with its main imperative to make profit, To increase resilience, we need to weaken the desire to grow where we face the threats of the natural disasters. Unlike our almost zero ability to withstand falling asteroids, the task of weakening the race for profit is in our hands. It is important to understand that together we make up our humanity, and all the troubles at first are our common troubles. So I would like to close my speech with a conclusion, and thank you for your attention. Mahmoud Danyaba, Andri, thank you.
Thank you for your valuable perspective, sir. And we are looking forward to have more discussions with you in future. Guys, any questions or any queries that you have to ask to our speaker? Anyone? Now let's get So I now invite our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Sanjay Tiwari, and our esteemed co-chairperson, Mr. Praveen Prabhu, to kindly come to the stage. Dr. Praveen Prabhu will be joining us shortly. Audience, kindly maintain silence. Guys, please maintain silence. The session is going to start. Prabhu has joined us.
Good morning, welcome to all of you once again, and welcome to this first technical session. Just now, you all have had the opportunity to hear to Professor Mikhail Sivritin. He is a professor of economic and sports sociology there at the St. Petersburg University, Russia. And if in case you would have heard him, he talked about the focal points of his today's speech was centered around the resilience building as far as the environmental issues is concerned. And you know that when we talk about the word resilience today, it means that how to overcome the adversities which we are facing as far as the day of today is concerned, and in the future, in future involvements also. So he talked about the recovery process in three stages that was important. First was the humanitarian relief. Second was the restoration of the regular services. And third was the reconstructional building sources also. And then he talked about two main resiliences, two main core areas where resilience is important. Third is the food and the food supply chain, you can say, and third was the safe, healthy housings also. He also tried to deliver a concept of resilience built city, a sort of a resilient city. That was a very ideal position. And for these challenges, as far as resilience building is concerned, he talked about the disparities in resilience. And second was that he urged for the need to weaken our profits as far as this resilience building is concerned. So, big round of applause for Professor Mikhail Sirutin once again. Thank you for being here. Perhaps he must be online somewhere because due to this PowerPoint presentations and etc. we have to give away with the Google Meet. Thank you.
To introduce a towering figure whose multifaceted contributions have left an indelible mark in the fields of sociology, sports, and management. Dr. Sanjay Tiwari, Honorary Professor, Russian Academy of Social and Fundamental Sciences, Moscow. With a remarkable career spanning over 36 years, Dr. Tiwari is not just a scholar, but a pioneer, an innovator, and an inspiration to many across the globe. He is a true polymath, a law and science graduate, a postgraduate in sociology, a UGC NET fellow, an MBA in human resource, and a PhD. He is a visionary in sports sociology, working closely with the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. He served as a managing committee member of the Indian Sociological Society and now leads the research committee on sociology of sports for 2024 to 25. Dr. Tiwari has participated in over 200 conferences across 28 countries, contributing to international discourses on sports, industry, environment, and more. He is a lifetime member of the Indian Sociological Society, the International Sociological Association, the International Sports Association, North American Society for Study of Sport, and many more. His contributions have earned him accolades from leading institutions like the Indian Council for Social Science Research, the International Sociological Association, and the Japanese Sociological Society. He is an international reviewer for the renowned International Journal for the Review of the Sociology of Sport. In essence, Dr. Sanjay Tiwari is a lifelong learner, a trailblazer, and a global ambassador for sociology and sports. His legacy is one of academic excellence, inclusivity, and international collaboration. So please join me in welcoming and applauding Dr. Sanjay Tiwari. And along with that, now I would like to introduce our co-chairperson, Mr. Praveen Prabhu, who is the Assistant Professor and Head of PG Department of English Literature, DDGD Vaishnav College. Please join me in praising him also. And I now request Dr. C. Chidambaranathan Sir, Head of the Department of Sociology, to present the memento to our co-chairperson. Also, Dr. Chidambaranathan sir is facilitating with a certificate to our chairperson. Thank you all. Now let's move to the presentation part. There are around 13 papers for this session on a whole, and I request the presenters to be seated at the front. And as informed earlier, each presentation will be given 5 minutes. So kindly perform your presentations within the allotted time. And Q&A session will be at the end of the whole session. So in between the presentations, there will be no Q&As, and after all those 13 papers, you can ask your questions, and the review by the chairperson will also be given at the end of the session. So the first presenters are Soumya and Ram Prakash. So they are going to be presenting on the topic Enhancing Natural Disaster Risk Management, Strategies for Effective Post-Disaster Rehabilitation in Climate Vulnerable Regions. So I now invite Soumya and Ram Prakash to take over the session. Thank you all.
Good morning to one and all present here. Myself, Soumya, the author of this paper, and I am here to present the paper called Enhancing Natural Disaster Risk Management Strategies for Effective Disaster Rehabilitation in Climate Vulnerable Region. And so introduction. Floods are among the most damaging and widespread natural disaster impacting millions of people worldwide each year. This disaster occurs when excess of water inundates land that is usually dry, disrupting ecosystem, human settlements, and economic activities. Flooding will not only cause immediate destruction such as loss of life, property, but also the effects on infrastructure, livelihood, and environment. The frequency and intensity of the flood have increased in recent decades due to climate change, urbanization, and environmental degradation. Chennai, located on the southeastern coast of India, sits along the Bay of Bengal, and presence of several rivers such as Coom and Adaya make it likely to waterlogging during heavy rains. Rapid urbanization and encroachment on natural water bodies have worsened the situation. Poor urban planning has also contributed to cities' vulnerabilities. And this is a review of literature and methodology. This study examines the impact of recurring flood in Chennai, focusing especially on areas that are particularly likely to flooding. It targeted two groups. One is flood-affected residents and professionals such as government officials and urban planners. And total of 220 respondents were included in the study, selected through a random sampling method, and we conducted a structured interview with individuals in focus groups. We used a mixed method approach, was analyzed using concurrent analysis to provide a comprehensive understanding of the research problems by integrating numerical trends with the deeper insights and context. And the objective to explore the main cause and consequences of flooding in Chennai, focusing on environmental, urban, and climate related factors. The second one is to evaluate public awareness, preparedness levels, and responsiveness of government bodies to flood events. And third is to recommend long-term community centers, approaches, and policy changes to enhance flood prevention and mitigation efforts. and move on to the discussion and analysis part. Summary and findings. The survey reveals that 60% of the participants were female and 40% were male, reflecting a higher representation of women. This imbalance provides an opportunity to explore a gender perspective on disaster risk management, particularly focusing on women's unique vulnerabilities and roles during disasters, such as caregiving responsibility, reproductive health, challenges in community insecurity. Among the respondents, 41 were students, 32 were from the general public, and 19 were government officials, and 8 respondents are from NGOs. The strong presence of students highlighted their growing involvements in climate issues, where the participants of government officials and NGOs undergoes this important role in policy and ground level disaster management. A majority of 75% of the respondents are from the urban areas and 12% are from the rural areas and semi-urban region. And cause and consequences. The first is flood terrain and low elevations, the encroachment of natural water bodies, and outdated drainage infrastructure, and unplanned urban development. The other is climate change. The consequences of flooding in Chennai are loss of life and displacements, economic disruptions, public health crisis, power and infrastructure failure, and environmental degradation. The next is assessment on public awareness and preparedness. The study reveals that 60% of the respondents were aware of flooding in their area to some extent, with 13% being fully aware and 44.5% are somewhat aware. In contrast, 43% of the responses had limited to no awareness, with 35.5% are not very aware and 7% are not at all aware. A public awareness and preparedness for flood in Chennai remains limited, especially in marginalized communities. Many are unaware of flood risk, early warning systems, while NGOs and authorities conducted awareness campaigns, their impact is still insufficient. Flood preparedness lies highly on government initiatives like shelter and emergency supplies, but individuals' readiness is low, with the residents often depending on external help rather than taking proactive measures. Next is government and institutional responses. Chennai has introduced policies like comprehensive flood mitigation plans and integrated urban flood management project to improve the drainage system and build flood resilient infrastructure. However, their impact is limited due to this low implementation, funding stories, and delay in constructions. Sustainable mitigation strategies. Mitigation flood in Chennai, rescues and combination of natural disaster solution, improved in infrastructure, and climate resilient policies, restoring wetlands, increase in green space, and preserving water bodies, enhance rainwater absorption, and reduce urban runoffs.
Soumya can become.
Yes, sir. Michael, can I suggest some recommendations? I'll conclude with the recommendation. We should improve drainage system and protect natural flood barriers, and smart city planning should be come to. And early warning and public awareness and strong infrastructure should be there in the city to avoid such cases. Conclusion. Effective recovery after disaster in area vulnerable to climate change need a combined approach that includes careful planning, sustainable development, and active involvement on local communities. Problems like poor infrastructure, fast-growing cities, climate change, and lack of preparedness make disaster risk worse. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Soumya. I just have an announcement. Kindly try to maintain your presentation for 4 minutes and not more than that. And before your presentation, please hand over your research paper to our chairperson, and then you can present it. And also, there is a best paper award on a whole for this conference, so try to perform accordingly. Thank you. And now, the second presentation is of Shweta and Sachin on the topic of after the deluge, gender disparities in the wake of disaster, a case study on 2015 Chennai. So I welcome Shweta and Sachin onto the stage.
Hello everyone, I am K.S. studying BA Sociology. Today I am very excited to background after the delivery gender disparities in the wake of disaster, a case study in 2015. Introduction. Natural causes such as floods, earthquakes do not discriminate in their occurrence, but their impacts often exacerbate pre-existing social inequalities. Gender, along with other factors like class or ethnicity, significantly shapes vulnerability and resilience during disaster. In our society, women, transgender persons, and those outside the gender binary often bear the worst impact of disaster. The 2015 Chennai floods, one of the most devastating urban floods in recent history, provides an important case study to understand how gender vulnerabilities manifest in such times. Our research examines these disparities by exploring barriers to relief, recovery, success during psychological impacts, and shift gender roles during and after the disaster. Second, to investigate gender disparities in vulnerabilities and resilience during the flood, to assess long-term psychological impacts of different genders. Methodology. A mixed method approach combining quantitative surveys and qualitative interviews were conducted with different individuals in Chennai. Research work. One faced greater caregiving burdens, household responsibilities. 52% of those reporting stress and trauma were men. Both genders experienced income losses, but women faced additional caregiving challenges. 30% of respondents experienced interruption with women's professional. 55% indicated that insufficient care for marginalized groups. And awareness, 66% of respondents were unaware of gender disparities. And 70% of respondents associated with PTSD symptoms with the loss of possessions and livelihoods. Only 18% of the respondents across different genders assessed professionals' mental health problems. Among women, 80% felt discouraged by societal stigma, while 64% cited lack of awareness and available services. Let's dive into discussion. In India, collectivist family structure prioritizes physical recovery over mental health, especially for women. This culture emphasizes results in underreporting of PTSD and delayed access to psychological support. For example, only 10 to 12% of requiring mental health care sought out help in NIMHs. In contrast, countries like Japan emphasize structured psychological care, highlighting gaps in Indian medical. Mental health care was not integrated into initial disaster response. Among surveyors who sought help, 50% of that counselors were trained in disaster specific topics. Women were less likely to seek professional support due to societal norms, with 80% of reporting discussion mental health. I will conclude with the Now let's compare India with a country which has highest PTSD rate. India has higher PTSD rate, reflects systematic gaps in addressing trauma post-disaster, especially for Japan offers contrasting example for successful interventions. In Japan, especially, there is a counseling program called a trauma counseling program, which provides long-term psychological care and counseling services available immediately after disaster. These centers also prioritize outreach conducting surveys to identify individuals and at risk of PTSD and community research programs like Japan's COSOR. Initiatives empower communities to provide personal support services. In India, the 70% of respondents felt that isolated post-flood, emphasizing the absence of similar. Then gender inclusive shelters like Japan, its shelters are designed with a separate space for women and children, ensuring safety and traditions. In Chennai, 38% of women reported discomfort due to inadequate privacy and safety, contributing to a program. So, by addressing this PTSD, now when it comes to post-traumatic growth, many women exhibited resilience and leadership post-disaster through community initiatives. Self-help groups like those under but Tamil Nadu Corporation of Development played a key role in relief of efforts such as food distribution and sanitation. But this study, the 2015 Chennai Bills, highlights the gap in disaster management, particularly in addressing gender-specific mental health. Women's higher PTSD rates underscore systematic vulnerabilities lessons from Japan, such as under gender inclusive policies and trauma counseling, can guide India into building equitable disaster recovery. This study stresses integrating mental health care with disaster response to ensure like
Once again, show the limitation slide order. What is the limitations? Limitations. Yes.
the sample size are very small and limits generally. Explorative nature means no cause and there is no effects related to behavioral structure.
But you did not mention anything about the sample size in your presentation.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll mention.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachin. Now I call upon Karmugili and Sujipriya to present on the topic From Margins to Metropolis, a comparative study on the climate resilience and the cultural odyssey of adaptation disparities in urban Chennai.
Good morning, Ronald President. I'm Sujipriya, 3BA Sociology, presenting here From Margins to Metropolis, a comparative study on climate resilience and the cultural odyssey of adaptation disparities. This is a story of two neighborhoods. One side, Kanagi Nagar, and other side is Aryapuram. This stark contrast isn't about natural strength. It's about the system we have built and the people we have given. This is a story of the neighborhoods, mainly its true realities. One city where climate adaptation roots under fault lines of privilege and inequality. So our focus was on the contrasting neighborhoods, a marginalized resettlement colony, grappling with frequent flooding, inadequate infrastructure, and limited resources, and Aryapuram, an allied neighborhood fortified with climate resilience housing, reliable utilities. So, objective of the study is to compare access to climate resilient resources between marginalized and privileged groups, to analyze the role of gender and socio-economic factors in shaping adaptation strategies, to propose policy recommendations for equitable climate adaptation. So, the methodology in this research employed a mixed method approach. Surveys were conducted with 100 respondents, 50 from each localities aged 18 to 60. An interview was also taken. The observations was to document visible disparities in infrastructure and living conditions. Our key findings was accessible to resources. In Kanadi Nagar, only 30% of respondents reported access to clean water during crisis, compared to 90% at Aripur. The marginalized communities rely on informal resources, water resources that become unreliable during floods, while privileged areas benefit with uninterrupted municipal services. The gender dynamics. Women in Kanaginagar face additional burdens during climate events like floods, such as securing water and managing sanitation for the family. But in Aryapuram, better facilities reduce this strain, showcasing the importance of gender responsive policies. In decision-making participation, the residents of Aryapuram actively participate in governance through resident welfare associations. In contrast, the Kanagi Nagar residents lack platforms for representation. Some NGOs are the only way to express their decision-making. So, discussion and analysis. Governance and policy gaps. Marginalized communities are excluded from decision-making, while policies favoring wealthier areas. Psychological impacts like marginalized communities face stress and anxiety from climate unpredictability. The recommendation part is infrastructure development, upgrading water systems, the drainage network, and build flood resilient shelters in low income areas. And improving gender inclusive policies like engaging women in decision making process and creating gender responsive infrastructure. Community engagement, establishing platforms to empower marginalized groups and include them in resilience planning. The policy and technology, implementing equitable urban planning policies and adopt cost-effective technologies like earlier warning systems and harvesting rainwater. The global reference of our research, although this study focuses on Chennai, its implication extend globally. The disparities observed here are the mirror those in many developing cities, emphasizing the need for inclusive climate adaptation policies worldwide. So, concluding the research, um, the climate resilience is not about infrastructure, it's about equity, inclusion, and justice. Cities must ensure the marginalized communities are not left behind in the race to adapt to a changed climate. As policymakers, researchers, and the citizens, we must work towards the cities where resilience is not privilege but a shared reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujipriya. Is Keertana from Physics Department of DJVC here? Okay, thank you. So now I call upon the next presenters, Shruti and Kribashri, to be presenting on the topic Footprints on the Planet, Assessing the Impact on Marine and Terrestrial Ecosystems, a study on environmental sustainability.
Good morning, one and all present here. Myself Shruti from 2nd BA Sociology of EG Vaishnav College, and I am to present the research on footprints on the planet, assessing the impacts on marine and terrestrial ecosystem. Introduction. Marine ecosystems are disrupted by human activities and climate change. Terrestrial ecosystems face threats like deforestation and habitat destruction. Protecting biodiversity requires innovation, collaboration, and sustainable strategies. Methodology. This research approach, a dual research approach utilizing both qualitative and quantitative methods. Quantitative method involved a random sampling method to collect data. It involves students, parents, and general public. Quantitative research conducted using a case study analysis of previously published research papers. Discussion and analysis. Next slide, please. Marine ecosystem under human pressure. Tides of humanity and tides of sea have entered an era of deep interaction, bringing both positive and negative impacts. Positive impacts focus on efforts on addressing climate change. Negative impacts focuses on devastating consequences in the ecosystem. Human stands both of the offender and victim. Activities such as deforestation, exploitation, greenhouse gas emission disrupts both human and marine ecosystem. Research study identifies several threats impacting marine ecosystem, with pollution emerging as a primary concern. 67.6% of the response considered pollution as a major cause for pollution of the marine system. Few of them said climate change, overfishing, and coastal development as a significant factor. Human activity on marine ecosystem. India's economic history is divided into pre-1991 and post-1991. Pre-1991, still government acted as a controller and regulator. After adoption of LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization, India became an industrial development country. It leads to significant pollution and environmental degradation. Human as a species prioritize private interest over public welfare. In this study, it is encroached by where 100 of the respondents are 100% of the responses admitted, contributing to marine population pollution, underscoring our collective responsibility. Impacts of human activities are ocean warming, hypoxic zone. Increasing of ocean temperature leads to hypoxic zone, that is less holding of oxygen in the water. It leads to struggle for the survival of the marine organisms. cell formation in marine organisms. Once the shell of the fish were thicker and sturdier, now it is becoming so thinner and weaker because of the pollution and environmental degradation. Melting of ice and polar changes. Melting of ice driven by industrial pollution and environmental degradation. It leads to sea level rise, disrupts marine ecosystem reliant on sunlight for survival, extreme weather, and ecosystem disruption. Human activities and climate change profoundly affect marine and terrestrial ecosystem, revealing parallel patterns of disruption and interconnected challenges. Similar to acidification, warming, habitat destruction observed in marine ecosystems, while in terrestrial ecosystem faces degradation through deforestation, pollution, and consequences of rising greenhouse gas emission. The bidirectional relationship between human and these ecosystem is so evident as marine ecosystem biodiversity and food web collapse due to pollution, overfishing, whereas in terrestrial ecosystem faces erosion of agricultural productivity and loss of ecological services like carbon sequestration. Conclusion. Human activity and climate change are damaging marine and terrestrial ecosystem, requiring collective actions to reduce pollution and promote sustainability. Addressing these issues needs global cooperation, sustainable practices, and long-term environmental stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you, Shruti. Now I call upon Sindhana and Harita to present on the topic Detection of Climate Crisis, Impact of Climate Change in Migration and Consequences in Oceanic Surface.
Morning, one and all. I am Sindhana from the Department of Sociology at EGVC. I am here to present my paper on the topic of detection of climate crisis, impact of climate change in marine, and its consequences on ocean surfaces. In the introduction, climate change has been a recurring phenomenon in Earth history, with natural dynamics triggering cooling and warming periods. In the study, we are known about how marine is affected by the human activities and how the humans are affected by the marine factors. The methodology part, we are going to the methodology uses here of an empirical approach with mixed research results, involves qualitative and quantitative methods. The primary data was collected through one purposive sampling technique, and the secondary data was collected using interviews and from various secondary resources. The data sample size includes of 100 respondents, and the data universe includes students, general public, and peoples living in the coastal regions. The discussion and analysis. The first subtopic we are going to discuss about major causes of climate change. We already know that human beings are the major causes for the climate change happening these days, but we don't know what are the exact causes. According to our study, 17% of respondents contribute to urbanization. Urbanization is the movement of people from the rural area to an urban area where exploitation of resources happens that leads to a climate change. Then 23% of respondents says industrialization as a primary cause. Due to the development of the industries, there is an emission of harmful gases and the ejection of wastes that leads to climate change. And majority of 47% of people says human activities as a core cause for climate change. They interpreted urbanization and the industrialization as interconnected with migration for better job opportunities driving industrial growth, which have a significant impact on climate change on mainstream and the mainstream ecosystem. The second subtopic is difficulties faced by the people due to climate change. This is a two-way process involves what we give to the marine ecosystem, it gives us back in the same way. 34% of people from the coastal areas says that they was impacted by the food. The coastal peoples are mostly dependent on seafood, where it is affected by the changes in the sea temperature that leads to unknown diseases for the sea diversity. Then 30% of respondents faces shelter as a difficulty. Due to unpredicted rainfalls and the changes in the climate, the natural disasters are happening, such as cyclone formation, storms, that leads to loss of shelter. The occupation. The marine peoples are mostly dependent on the occupation on the marines due to the reproduction of the biodiversity and breeding season changes. It leads to loss of occupation. A small amount of people find education as a difficulty because due to the natural disasters, they are not able to access to schools and educational institutions. These were the studies we found from the difficulties faced by the peoples in terms of climate change. Here we find that the mainstream population and the marine stream populations are facing unique challenges regarding the climate change. The third subtopic is effects of melting of ice caps on the environment. The effects of melting of ice caps on the environment is insignificant in these days, but it is large on the global scale. The lowly affected. The lowly affected in terms of the countries like India, they do not have a high effect due to its geographical locations. 59% of respondents says it is highly affected because the ozone, the glaciers are freezing for a long time. It consists of microorganisms, bacteria that leads to the emergence of new kind of diseases. Then moderately affected, they are less direct and they take time into action on that. So 32% of people says it is moderately affected. The conclusion, climate change is not just a natural phenomenon, but largely a result of human activities like urbanization and industrialization. They impacted the change in the weather patterns, marine ecosystem lifestyles, and causing changes in sea temperature. The coastal peoples faces unique challenges such as food shortages, loss of shelter, and distribution to the livelihood and education. This shows that the relationship between the marine and mainstream environment interconnected and what we give to nature we receive back in the same form. Therefore, it is crucial to take actions to reduce the impact on climate change and work towards sustainable practices to ensure a balanced and healthy environment for both the human and marine life. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sandana. Now I would like to call upon Nuha Mariam bin Idris to present on the topic Socio-economic and public health impacts of climate change on vulnerable populations.
In an era of apropos habitability in other planets, it is not that arduous or rigmarole in reversal of this earth into earthly concept. It means that in the era in which there is suitable habitability, not much effort is required to make the earth feel like one. Good morning. My name is Nuha and I'm going to be presenting on the topic the socio-economic and public health impacts of climate change on vulnerable populations. Climate change is an impending danger to a sustainable future. As Charles Darwin said, it is not the strongest of the species that survives, not the most intelligent, but one most responsive to change. There has been long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns, and it occurs due to human activities such as burning of fossil fuels primarily, as it results in the emission of greenhouse gases which causes heat to trap in the atmosphere. And most of this affects the vulnerable populations, which is the global south, which include the marginalized communities, which is basically the low income regions, which include the disabled and the old age people as well. It, 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 people face disproportionate burden and it mostly occurs in the southern coastal region due to disasters and displacements. The socio-economic impacts. Poverty. Increased poverty occurs. For example, fisheries and agriculture are the most common activity to strive for a livelihood for the people. And the climate change is something that determines the result of the condition of the Food insecurity is nothing but lack of access to safe and nutritional food. There are rises in price which occurs because of inflation. Inflation is the increase in prices over a period of time which leads to decrease in the purchasing power of the commodity. Forced migration. It results due to people being compelled to move out of their areas due to the disasters occurring. And destruction of homes is the following point. Next. Public health impacts. Heat related illnesses and respiratory diseases. Heat related illnesses could be due to exhaustion and dehydration, and respiratory diseases could be due to the air pollution and lack of good air quality. We have spread of vector-borne diseases. Vectors are basically something that transmits infectious diseases from animals to humans or between humans, and diseases like malaria and dengue are the most common. Mental health challenges such as stress, trauma, and anxiety could also be an example. Worsening nutritional deficiencies. It is the lack of food insecurity due to food not being in good condition and can spread sicknesses for people. Increased injuries and deaths from extreme weather events such as storms, floods, and wildfires. It is due to lack of adequate and efficient medical facilities that it occurs. Next. Ways to adapt to climate change. Agricultural adaptation. We should use drought resistant crops and improve farming techniques as well as ensure that there is no food insecurity. Water resource management. We need to ensure that there is clean, safe, and drinkable water for the people during these times. Technology and innovation. Climate resilient crops, renewable energy solutions are very efficient for today's world. Public health measures. We need to make sure that there is improved healthcare and vector-borne disease control. Next. It is a case study that I have done. It includes all the characteristics of the socio-economic and public health issues. Next. Next. In conclusion, the objective of this social research is to identify the imminent elements of climate change with regards to socio-economic, public health, and vulnerability. It is to alert vulnerable people on mitigation and adaptation strategies and to recruit public health and protect flora and fauna from a serious danger. There are various impacts that occur due to climate change, and let us all come together in unity and resilience and adapt to those changes positively. There is also a famous saying: we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, but we borrow it from the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Noha. Is Senthil Kumar present here? Okay. Now I call upon Vignesh Pandian K and Dr. Swati Sharma to present on the topic Environmental Regulations, Enforcement and Climate Justice towards Equitable Climate Governance.
Good morning to one and all. Myself, Vignesh Pandian. Today, I am going to present the topic is the
interdependency of environmental regulations, enforcement, and climate justice towards equitable climate governance. Increased climate impacts have resulted in stringent environmental regulations implemented worldwide, with the main objectives of reducing the amount of greenhouse gases produced and protecting ecosystems. However, the imbalance in the mechanisms that enforce these measures and the varied outcomes have only increased the already disproportionate burden of environmental degradation among marginalized communities who are at the receiving end of the environmental devastation. Among the marginalized communities who are not have a devastation, but all the resources are the platform to argue for these rights. Climatic justice should place for more inclusive and participatory approaches, examining these interdependency to determine the systematic barriers and opportunities may allow for a nuanced understanding of equality climate governance. Consumption framework. Environmental regulations, legal and policy instrument that seeks to decrease the degradation of environmental and enhance sustainability. Some of the examples are carbon pricing, renewable energy mandates, and pollution control standards. Environmental regulations are normally influenced by global agreements like Paris Agreement. Besides on the national and local policies suited for addressing specific issues, enforcement mechanism. Enforcement is the implementation of law and monitoring, imposing penalties and providing incentives for compliance. Climate justice. Climate justice based on equality and fairness principles, focusing on the disproportion of impact of climate change on vulnerable populations. Interdependency on challenges. Regulations, design, and equality, such as carbon trading mill, focus on instead of large corporations, while disadvantaged communities bear environmental burden. Failure to take into account of local needs such as plight of rural and indigenous communities conveys systematic injustice. Environmental disparities. Enforcement practices often minor broader social inequalities. Under enforcement may be directed marginalized communities, exploring them to higher level of pollution and health risks. Such disparities underscore the need for more balanced and context-sensitive enforcement mechanisms that respect local realities and traditions. Integration justice. Incorporating indigenous knowledge systems, gender-sensitive policies, and promoting international cooperation towards addressing global environmental issues is a good for integrating climate justice. Theoretical contributions. Institution weakness and corruption as a block to effective and quantitative. Can we come to conclusions? The interdependency of environmental regulations and enforcement mechanism on climate justice necessity to integrate and equitable climate governance by addressing the systematic inequalities in the design and enforcement regulations. We can support climate policies that are just and equitable for all communities and environmental regulations. Mitigation the effect of climate change by advancing social and environmental justice.
Thank you, Vignesh. Now I call upon Shri Mani Prakash and Nirmala to present on the topic global warming and its environmental consequences.
Hello? Do you all know what happened in Los Angeles starting from Jan 7, 2025? Record-breaking wildfires such as Eden Blazes and Palisades swept through Los Angeles, consuming about 14,000 acres of land, destroying 12,300 structures, as well as resulting in 27 fatalities. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sri Mani Prakash, and today I'll be talking on the topic global warming and its environmental consequences, combating climate change, a hybrid approach. The methodology of this paper involves a literature review, case studies, data analysis, as well as policy analysis. Do you all think the world our future generations inherit will be better than the world we live in today? Global temperatures are rising. These are not just numbers, but these are loud warning bells of a planetary crisis. Last year, when I visited Himalayas, I saw a glacier shrinking. It was not just a change in nature, but a devastating reminder of the reality of global warming that can no longer be. So, what is global warming? Next slide. So, what is global warming? Global warming, as its core, is the rise in Earth's temperatures due to the accumulation of greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide as well as methane. Carbon dioxide is a main culprit in trapping heat. Rising sea levels, declining agricultural yields, loss of biodiversity, extreme weather events are all the consequences of global warming that we are already facing. But here's the truth, we are not powerless. We, as global citizens, it is our moral obligations to act. The solutions are within our reach. We can easily reduce reliance on fossil fuels. We can easily reduce the reliance on appliances that emit chlorofluorocarbons, which deplete the ozone layer. We can also easily transition into electric vehicles. But we need to go further. We need bold, innovative approaches that not only address the root cause of climate change, but also heals the damage we have already done. Therefore, I present to you CCT, Carbon Capture Technology. Carbon capture technology captures carbon dioxide emissions from industrial processes, preventing from entering atmosphere. It involves three stages, which are capture, transport, storage, or utilization. It has the power to revolutionize industries such as steel and cement, which are very difficult to decarbonize. Carbon capture technology captures about 90% of carbon dioxide emissions from industrial processes. In addition to technological solutions, we need to also embrace the timeless wisdom of nature. Next step. Therefore, I present to you reforestation. Forests are nature's carbon sinks, absorbing vast amounts of carbon dioxide and stabilizing the carbon cycle. Reforestation restores ecosystems, supports biodiversity, and provides a habitat for wildlife. It not only addresses the climate change but also rejuvenates our planet. Next slide. The real power here comes by combining these two solutions. Carbon capture technology tackles carbon dioxide emissions from source, while reforestation removes existing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. This creates a comprehensive synergistic approach to mitigating climate change. Next slide. To make the vision a reality, there are three things we need to implement, which are investment in CCT and reforestation, strong policies and regulations, as well as global cooperation and collaboration. Next slide. The world is calling for us to action. The time to act is not tomorrow, but it is right now. We as individuals have the ability to rewrite the story of our Earth and leave a legacy of hope, resilience, as well as sustainability for our future generations. Imagine the Earth as a fever patient in a hospital. Its temperature is keep on rising, and if we don't act quickly, it will be too late to save it. I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Shreshri. Now I call upon Veda Vyas to present on the topic ocean acidification, melting ice caps, and sea rising level.
Very good afternoon. I am Vedavyas from BSc Physics third year. நீரின்றி அமையாது உலகினில் யார் யாருக்கும் வானின்றி அமையாது ஒழுகு. This means that no life on earth can exist without water. Water easiness flow cannot exist without rain. So by this circular we can say that water is very much important for the earth. So that the water is being most affected by the acidification. So acidification is nothing but due to the emissions of greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide traps the heat in the atmosphere and raising the temperature, so the global warming occurs. This is due to man-made mistakes like we are emitting the carbon dioxide through our vehicles and by industries and burning fossils in public places. So my topic is about based on four categories. What is the chemical reaction between the ozone acidification in the water and the impact of deforestation? Afforestation is much needed for our earth because so many trees are being cut off and making a building so higher and bringing the infrastructure greater. But deforestation, in which the trees are being cutting so that the carbon dioxide cannot be absorbed by the trees. The carbon dioxide is necessary for the plants which are used for the photosynthesis process. But in this case, the carbon dioxide is being wasted. Excess carbon is being transferred to the sky and trap the heat and changing the global full climatic changes have been done. And the major primary cause of carbon dioxide has been explained in my paper. And about the what is the main theme is the ocean acidification. Methodology. I have taken the notes and from the digital repositories and lectures and books. In the main objective, I have seen that the major issue is carbon dioxide emission, first thing. And how this happened and how affecting our glaciers and melting and increasing the sea rising levels. So due to the sea rising levels, the land percentage will be reduced. So approximately 75% is being water on the earth, but 25% only land. In this case, when the glaciers have been melting, the sea level is being rising. So the sea level will come enter this land, and the land will be solid off. So it will be reverse portion, reverse proportion. Like 25% land will be and 75% water is 95% water. So we can't go by car, train, or bus. Future days we can go by boat or we can have a submarine, anything else. Next. So these are basic things. The ocean acidification I have told. So due to the ocean acidification, the melting glaciers in Arctic and Antarctic regions, the ice population is being decreased. Is about 418 ppm carbon dioxide is being increased from 2009 to 2050. The government has taken so many measures to control the carbon dioxide emission, like promoting the hydrogen fuels and reducing greenhouse gases and electric vehicles in future purpose. So the major issue is being by our industries of emitting the carbon dioxide, and this carbon dioxide is mixed with the water. The chemical reactions happen. The pH level in the water comes to rise, and the marine system like coral reefs and the phytoplanktons in water, fisheries is being affected. So this is a statistical report from 1950 to 2020. The ppm rate of the carbon dioxide has been increased. So 310 to 412. Now this year is being 418.2 ppm, and by this was released by NASA. The major consequences. First one we have to see as global warming impact by the emission of greenhouse gases and weather patterns. Due to the emissions, the weather pattern is not steady to nowadays. It's been changing for every day. Whenever the rain comes, on the time we have a sun which shines better. Whenever the sunny days, we have the rainy days. The climatic changes is differ from year to year. So our climate is being totally collapsed by the emissions of the carbon dioxide and global warming and ozone depletions. Burning fossil fuels. So we just want to avoid burning fossil fuels and garbages in public. So we can have other remedies like being promoting the electricity burning, so that non-smoke fumes that like we can promote them and impact. So by this, the marine ecosystem has been very much impacted by the coral reefs at risk. So due to the coral reefs, the tides can be lower. In Andaman Nicobar places, the coral reefs has been very much decreased. And the impact of human fisheries. The ocean is mainly for the fish and fish kingdoms. By this ocean acidification, the fish population has been reduced, so the fisheries have been affected, and the coastal area peoples are being affected very much. So we just want to protect them. Our society is being in danger, so we should have awareness about the impact on fisheries. The socio-economics, so it's led to fisheries and its adaptation cost will be increases and the saltwater inclusion. Nowadays we are having a in olden days they said in 50 meters the groundwater will be tasty, but nowadays the groundwater is up to 150 meters deep down. So this is due to the saltwater intrusion, I think so. So major causes the melting of ice and glaciers melting and the ocean level rise to the public lakes. Next. So mitigation strategies. So mitigation strategies like we can have a habitat conversation and we can plant more trees and reduction of the carbon dioxide emission through vehicles by carbon dioxide lesser projects, and the India government has taken so many visions, so we can use that. And by our students, we should know aware of this because next generation wants to be safe. Without awareness, without awareing, we just ignore. Then no our society can be. Our students will not have a water and the land for live and for safe happiness. So act now and come back to climate change together. Join us in taking immediate steps to mitigate the climate's effects of the ocean acidification and melting of ice caps. Thank you.
Thank you, Vedavyas. Now I call upon Menaga and Ravinandan Uday to present the final topic, which is analyzing sea level rise with regards to climate change and understanding risk management strategies.
Afternoon. Our country has a very long coastline, which is approximately 7,500 kilometers long. And Chennai city is one of many cities that have developed along the coast of our country. That makes our topic of study even more important than it already is. And the single most discussed topic, which you already know, is climate change and global warming. But we are focusing on one specific topic, that is the sea level rise. And in fact, the present sea level rise continues. Chennai is unlikely to stay dry till the end of this century. It is likely to be totally submerged, and so are several small island countries. Next slide, please. The data from mid 19th century tells us only one thing, that the increase in sea level is increasing at an alarming rate. The rate of increase that was roughly 1 millimeter per year in 1874 rose to about 3.3 million per year by 2015, and recent data suggests that the current rate is just shy of 4.5 mm per year. Besides the direct effects like displacement, inundation, and coastal erosion, it also leads to destruction of fragile mangrove and coral ecosystems. Next slide, please. The study focused on core aspects of sea level rise and the awareness of the general public of those aspects, for we believe people's complete awareness of the problem solves half the problem itself. Coastal planning and adaptation can and only go so far as to reduce the sea level rise, but not stop it. That is, if it is effectively carried out. Next slide, please. The reason coastal planning is required is quite evident from the fact that the rising sea level leads to increasing coastal erosion in low-lying communities and island nations, besides the marine life and ecosystems at heightened risk. It's like, with all of the aforesaid in mind, the research set out to analyze the popular attitude and the reception of the general public to the idea of sea level rise and its causes and effects. Efforts were made to measure the gaps in the understanding of the general public towards the phenomenon, besides few easy to follow recommendations to reduce the rate of increase of global. Next slide, please. The research was carried out by posing an 18-point questionnaire to respondents selected randomly in few select public places in Chennai. The respondents included students, working professionals, and retired senior citizens. Next slide, please. Before we proceed with the discussions and findings part, keep in mind that this study focused on the awareness of the general public and the data is taken as is and no any value judgment is given, thus fulfilling the role of sociology as a non-normative science. First, we studied causes of sea level rise. Almost 80% of the respondents attribute sea level rise to glacier and ice sheet melting, which is aligning with the scientific findings. However, a lot of them are not aware of the other secondary causes like rainfall and river runoff, thermal expansion of salt water, and this better public awareness is needed. Rate of sea level rise and the future projections. Perceived rate of sea level rise. 60% of the respondents feel that sea level rise is rapid, and many they feel that the projections underestimate the seriousness, which is very true. And 12% think that the rate aligns with or is slower than the predictions, which again is not scientific, and thus more awareness is needed. And need for better communication. The majority's concern highlights awareness, but the skepticism, like I already said, about 16% of the respondents were unsure of the rate of sea level rise. Next slide, please. And impact on ecosystems. Most respondents view habitat loss and yeah. So these are the migration. 15, almost half of the respondents feel that coastal to inland migration is going to happen, and but very opportunatively, 24% feel that it is dependent on local adaptation efforts, which I feel too is going to help more if the government, the urban government, and the local bodies take part in the in preventing climate change. And next slide, please. Almost 50% feel that structural defenses like sea walls are best mitigation strategies, whereas almost 26% support restoring natural barriers like mangroves, and 50% believe that the current strategies are effective and are unsuccessful, and 18% are unclear about their effectiveness, whereas the rest are not feel that it is successful. Yes, sir. And next slide, please. We also studied how AI affects this. What role could AI play in climate change, preventing it? So people feel that its value lies in real-time monitoring and predictive modeling, and few recognize its role in policy decisions. Besides this, almost 62% believe that developing countries will suffer more due to limited resources and infrastructure, while 10% think all countries will be equally affected. And again, worryingly, 28% remain unsure. Next, we see the related issues like coastal erosion and sea level rise are interconnected. Yes. An overarching factor and concern is that many respondents were unsure about more than one aspect of sea level rise. Next slide, please. The research also attempted to find out certain easy to follow measures that have a considerable effect on the overall phenomenon of global warming. The research has moved into the territory of applied sciences, even though sociology is a pure science, but it has been done purely in the hope that the resulting measures do contribute positively to reduce the increase in sea levels. So we have formulated some recommendations which include carpooling, which is very unpopular in India, which is a very wonderful method, and then there's you should use better efficient and we will go high-rise buildings. Next slide, please. Separating organic waste. Yeah, that's this is the last. Yeah, and then these are basically the methods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravinandan. Now, we are nearing to the end of the session, and I would like to call upon our chairperson and co-chairperson, to provide their views on the technical session 1.
Thank you all very much for giving me this opportunity. In this technical session, which was titled as Natural Disaster Preparedness and Resilience Building, I see that we had 10 presentations in total. 10. So house is open for any of your questions, please. Any questions, any queries, suggestions, or any feedback? Any of you? Please don't talk. Students, please listen. Any queries, any questions? Yes, please.
So the first presenter.
One second. You may know if you like to put up a question and then let us be very specific in our question. Okay? Please.
I start my question with the last presenter, Ravi and Menaka. Before starting a study, you gave a statement that our study focuses on the awareness of our general public towards the sea level rise. I need to hear what are the result findings of your study, whether they have awareness or they have a lot of awareness or moderate awareness or lowly awareness. And then another question I would like to ask is, you said you have taken survey with 3 group of people: students, general public, then profession. Among them, who has more awareness from your study? I need to know that.
For your first question, like I already said during the presentation, there's an overarching lack of awareness. About 30%, 33% of the respondents overall are unsure about the effects of sea level rise. So that, and then our respondent group constituted students, working class people, and retired senior citizens. A couple of retired seniors. Of all them, the limitation here I want to say is that we interviewed retired senior citizens. Those are literate. So 100% of them were aware of sea level rise. But the other way, like I already said, almost 33% of them are not aware.
Okay, we got it.
General.
I hope he's able to answer. Okay, and one thing more for your paper, since it's a question, you have used references for the year 2011. There are many studies as far as the level of sea rise is concerned post 2015. So try to use more references of the latest context, number one. And number two, did not mention anything about your sample size over there. You did mention that students and others and professionals are there. So try in your future studies, try to do it. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, please? To the house.
The second question for the presenter, Sujipriya.
Suji Priya. Yes, please. Is she here?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, please come. Yes, please.
Sujipriya, in between your presentation, you have mentioned one line stating that in decision-making authority, women should be involved so that they can make policies regarding from their perspective. I would like to ask you one question. You, Chennai City as mayor, Priya, she is a woman. Did you think that she is not making effective policies? Since you mentioned women should be included in decision-making authority, she is in the decision-making authority to take decision over the city of Chennai. What is the way on that?
Yes, please from you.
No, I didn't mention that policy making.
I told that in households also, women's decisions must be respected. So in low-income households, only men take decisions mostly, and women also work, and they do not have space to express their opinions. So I told in households.
Not only got it. In her study, she wanted to specify about the participation of the women. That is the true fact that the woman mayor is there and all things. And Sujipriya, for you, what were the questions that you decided regarding the in which you fix the level of marginalization as far as the women is concerned, and from both communities, from RK Puram and from the other Kanagi Nagar, you know. So, try to just when you present something in the PowerPoint, try to add at least one line about those specific questions. You cannot put so many slides as far as questions are concerned. But when you decide this vital question of marginalization, at least one line should be there. This is my take. Thank you very much. Any other question? Yeah, once again. Any other questions? Thank you. So I have some very hurriedly feedback for one or two questions. Soumya, your paper was good. It was a general question, conclusion. Then we had the paper of Sachin. Surveys and sample size was not mentioned, so the sample size should be there in order to get a view. Who were the respondents? You used the word respondents, but we couldn't get a view that who were the respondents. So this is one issue which should be for which we should be very clear. Then, as far as Shruti and Kripa Shri are concerned, sample size was not there. Yes, it was a qualitative and a quantitative paper. That was okay. Then Sindhana and Harita, their paper was good. And but effects for melting. When we study melting and ice caps over here, so we cannot get a very clear view about the melting and ice caps. And both methods were used. 100 sample was okay, perfect. Then Vedavyas tried to deliver on the secondary data, and then we have Menega already. The case has been studied for Noora Mariam. That was a good paper also. It was a secondary paper, I suppose, or a primary study would get a view about that, but she mentioned in a paper that it was a case study also. Only a slide was there. And then we had two case studies as far as Seshwi's Maniprakash paper was concerned, and the last was Vignesh. Delivered on the secondary data itself. Some more requirements needed in the as far as this literature. So, due to paucity of time, thank you very much. I have tried to make a note as far as the best paper is concerned. I will try to really contribute to the organization. Thank you very much for your attendance and your patience.
Any further Q&A? Anyone has any questions to be asked?
Hello, sir. I'm Rubra. I'm of college. I wanted to offer a suggestion. All of these presentations were awesome. You have to congratulate the participants. It was very interesting. The one thing that I found lacking was the connection of late stage capitalism and its exacerbate the climate change scenario globally. And don't you think sustainable solutions should be aimed at regulating industries and rather than government schemes and welfare and all of that?
Thank you for your question. See, in a short span of time of 1 hour, there are so many issues connected with the environment, not only capitalism, but so many other issues. Number one, you are true that we lack to see a paper as far as the issue of capitalism is concerned. And as a student of sociology, we have read capitalism in both its forms, in its advantageous forms and its disadvantageous forms. Each and everything has its merits or demerits also. Capitalism itself has its merits, it has its demerits also. So let us try to see both sides of the coin and try to bring out a fine balance between all the things so that we can move ahead this thing. During the course of lunch, I will have more discussion for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the input.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Sujita, and I wanted to ask a question that how this AI can impact or AI can bring new changes to rising sea level, which last presenter has quoted, and I wanted to know about it in brief.
Thank you very much. You were there as far as AI is concerned. Now, you talked something about AI. Do you have any solution for a question that how come AI will be helpful in contributing to this resilience building as far as environmental crisis is concerned? Please.
AI presents us an advantage over the traditional human thinking. Predictions. It's very good at making predictions. We can have good advanced future predictions for all aspects like be it sea level rise or climate change or all those factors can be studied in details. That can be
See, to put it clearly, AI will act as a preventive, you can say, for futuristic thing, and that you can try to implement in your present scenario. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all for your enthusiasm. And now I would request the chairperson to provide the students with the certificates and the books published. So now I call upon Soumya and Ram Prakash to receive the certificates. I can cheer them up, right? Next, Karmudili and Supriya. Shweta and Sachin. Shruti and Kirubashri. Sindana and Harita. Veda Vyas. Please appreciate them. Menika and Ravinandan Uday. Nuha Mariam bin Idris. Visweshri Maniprakash and Nirmala, Vignesh Pandey K and Dr. Swati Sharma. Thank you, sir. So now we have come to the end of the session, and I would like to thank you all for the patient listening and for enthusiastically asking the questions and clearing the doubts. So now it's time for lunch, and students from Sociology Department of DGVC, please wait here, and other participants can take your token, which was provided earlier, and you can take your token and go to the canteen, and our students and team will be guiding you, so you can have your lunch and be here at 1:15. And
you with privilege and grateful to extend a warm and artful welcome to the two-day International Conference on Sustainable Solution for a Fragile Planet, addressing climate change and environmental crisis in line with the theme Community-Led Initiative Empowering Local Actions for Environmental Sustainability, organized by the Department of Sociology, Dwarkadas Govindandas Vaishnav College. Before we proceed, I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to our esteemed Secretary, Sri Ashok Kumar Mundraji, Principal Dr. S. Santosh Babu Sir, our Head of the Department, Dr. C. Chidambaranathan Sir, and I thank and welcome our distinguished guest, Chairperson of this session, Dr. S. Prabhakar Sir, for gracing his presence today. Today, we are privileged to have with us a truly inspiring personality, Dr. S. Prabhakar, a vibrant, active learner of the discipline, positioned as the Professor of Sociology in the Department of Social Science, School of Social Science and Languages, Vellore Institute of Technology. He holds a doctorate degree from Pondicherry University in the field of sociology with specialization of health and social well-being. Holding 20 plus years of experience in the field of sociology, his passion towards the subject has never faded. There are about 6 PhD scholars pursuing their doctoral degree under his guidance, under the guidance of Sir. In his area of research interests include the sociology of health and well-being, sociology of gender studies, sociology of economic development, social change and social networking of adolescents. Sir has authored about 70 plus Scopus Index and 15 plus non-Scopus publications and book chapters. Currently, he is also the convener of RC12, Sociology of Health, Aging and Well-being of Indian Sociological Society. He is an active life member of ISS, International Sociological Association, Indian Association for Science and Health. Sir is well known for his oration expertise in the subject, has delivered more than 7 national and international expert lecture, as chaired, presented and participated in various nation and international conferences. As a mark of gratitude, I would like to invite Dr. I. Janita Mary Ma'am to present a memento to our chairperson. Also, I thank and welcome Dr. Premalata, co-chairperson of this session, assistant professor and head of the Department of Finance Taxation, DG Vaishnav College. I request Janita Mary Ma'am to extend an honor to our co-chairperson. Students at the back, please occupy the front rows. Students at the back, kindly occupy the front rows. So all the paper presenters are requested to complete their presentation within 5 minutes. Ensure your presentation does not exceed 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. Without any further delay, let us begin this session with our first paper presenter, Akash Sheikh, presenting on the topic community-based disaster risk reduction and recovery strategies.
So, warm greetings to everyone hereby. I'm Akash, the Department of Psychology from Fashion Managing College. So, I'm facing my third year. So, to begin with the question, what if tomorrow a flood will happen and devastated the whole environment? So, what will the spontaneous response of ours? So, which is the question makes me to do a research or theoretically frameworking a passage. So, my topic is community-based disaster risk reduction and recovery strategies. So, what is the community itself? Help themselves to manage the disaster environment and cope up the resilience mechanism within ourselves. Next slide, please. To begin with introduction, the increase of impact climate changes is happening day by day. We could not predict within a second this tomorrow will be happen or the next month will be happen. And disproportionate. My research mainly focuses on the low economic peoples because the vulnerability population is there. Importance of CPD, which means community-based disaster risk reduction and recovery strategies. It mainly affects in a way psychologically and socially the whole environment. So I proposed this whole research in a holistic way. Initially, I said it is not a research which is we collect data from the real life examples. I approach this research in a theoretical aspect. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the main objective of my research assess the impact of CBDRR, which is community-based disaster risk reduction, and it only focuses on low-income communities because the vulnerable population. Investigate community-led struggles on the disasters preparedness and recoveries. So advocate the social economic disparities within the environment. Any disaster will be happen. It affects the socio-economic disparities and also it unequal the people. Next slide, please. The methodology part, the way that I approach the paper. So the first one is approach, qualitative, and this is completely a conceptual way and theoretically framework for the methodology parts. And the key methods, I compared the analysis of grassroots interventions, systems, and role of disasters, and what are the roles should a public and governance should do. And the focus area should be socio-economic and low income popularities and locations and all the hazardous factors. So data sources that I take data is from review of multiple journals from diverse papers, not only looking at India or the Chennai. I just collected the data from the diverse abroad countries. For the practical interventions, I used case studies, community experiencing extreme weather events. Next slide, please. So, next slide. Come back. Yeah, challenges faced by low-income communities. When we talk about the low-income communities, what are the major challenges that they are facing through? The first that I noticed is the hazardous locations. Vulnerable people or the low-income peoples mostly live in the vulnerable places, which is the road can be damaged and the people living in a infrastructure, all of these things are very damaged or it become very old, and that is become a sign of damaging when any cyclone will be happening. So wealth disparity in preparedness, the vulnerable people which is called low income communities, maybe they can adapt themselves or relocate to other places, but they can't do just because of the wealth that they have. And the economic implication, long-term socio-economic damage will be there. It can be nationally or internationally, and this will definitely affect the market. At the same time, it would make a difference also. So one of the case stories I have here, I mentioned this is Caribbean hurricane which has happened in 2017. Communities in low-income neighborhoods experience the greatest devastation, and poor housing and infrastructure, disproportionate slow recovery. This is we need to focus on that, which is mentioned by Qatar 2020. Disproportionate loss and slow recovery only for low income communities. Next slide, please. Next slide. So for the practical intervention, I used case studies of CPDRR, which is community-based disaster correction, how they implemented the community itself, how they make up and manage the problems. First one is the Philippines typhoon prone communities. Typhoon is a place and it is held in Tacloban city. And when the typhoon or the ocean or cyclone happen, what they actually do is. There's one more minute. Yes. Okay, sure. The community itself helping themselves with the people. They are just communicating with the social network and they suddenly make a group and they manage the evacuations and the system for alarm, the preparedness they are using. Let's say it's like another same example, Bangladesh also people did this, which is community management, and this is very nearby India, so we can implement the same principles what they are using. Strengthening psychological resilience and community role. So the people will be affected by the health. It can be emotional scars, anxiety, stress, anything. So the governance or the another social support will look into the support or give the counseling to come out from that. And the traditional neurologists there have a separate topic for this. Government support will be any disaster will be happen. Community itself partly working on the process for management. At the same time, the government support will be part, and we need support from there. Next slide, please. Which is called integration of traditional knowledge. This is a new thing. When I studied about, I just thought of a fascinating concept. And see the image. The Bangladesh tribe peoples just planted bamboos to close the water resistance. So this thing we can use same principles. This is called traditional knowledge. And this comes from the people who are living it, not from the government. Next slide, please. So policy implication, the final part, which is what are the implications we can supportive policies, priorities, communities. Because whenever the communities will be happen or the problem came, places will be devastated for sure. And if we ask or gain the ideas from people who are living, that will be very changeable or more effective than any application. And monitoring evaluation, whatever decision we will make, we have to assess that. So in conclusion, it's very simple. Any natural disasters we can't stop. We could not predict 100%. So we need to be prepared, resist or the damage or reduce the vulnerability. That is the main objective of studies. And we need to emphasize the NGO and community involvement. So the focus on community engagement combined with policy support pave the way for a consistent and equitable society. Thank you so much.
I will refer some of the cases.
Yes.
Where no other time of the sources.
Yeah, it's all from journals.
Which journal?
It's from Bangladesh. There is an author called Qatar, and this happened 2020 or 2017. Sure with the year, but it's happened.
Studies based on
not only the Bangladesh, I just take case study. So and also I mentioned about Philippines. So the whole point of this case studies is to how the peoples in that community implementing a decision without any support from the government. So that is the point here. Just like the bamboo plant, they assist. It's called traditional. This is the way that they approach. So what we can do is Bangladesh nearby India. What they actually do is we can receive their ideas or in our village they have the people that are traditional knowledge. They can implement the decision so that we can make the required strategy very well. It is only I mainly focus on the vulnerable population, which is called
you have taken a geographic area of Bangladesh.
Philippines.
Philippines to go to other geographic
yes.
areas.
I now call upon Rashika, Subhashri and Nurul Huda to present a study on climate action policy, enforcement and effective implementation.
I'm especially from secondary society. And I'm doing research on this topic, the study on climate change, the study on climate action policies, enforcement and effective implementation, which I authored with my co-author, Sakshika. They say dreams can turn into reality. But what is the amount of effort that is actually required to reverse processes like change? Which is what we'll be seeing. The study is conducted entirely using secondary data by collecting government articles. To give an introduction on this topic, I would say that many international climate action policies are in place. Many countries have their national plans for climate action. But whether these policies are actually progressing towards the global aim of net zero emissions is the huge question of debate. Which is what we're exploring. We'll be seeing criticisms of it and the Paris Agreement, challenges in shifting towards clean energy resources, challenges in shifting towards electric vehicles and clean fuel vehicles, and also shortcomings of climate action funding in many other countries. We all know as the first to establish differentiated responsibilities in the developed and the developed. For the developed countries, a heavier burden was placed on them because they were the main cause of corruption and they have to pay some sort of reparation or compensation to the developing countries for climate change. And the Paris Agreement 2015 sets targets for each government and it states a common goal that the net emissions have to be reduced to net zero by 2000. But whether we are actually progressing in a direction is given by some statistics. In the paper, we have mentioned that to reach net zero by 2050, we have to at least decrease our emissions by 43% by 2030. But according to current progress, reductions will only take place up to 2.6% by 2030. Now, criticisms also state lack of enforceability. These treaties are purely voluntary, meaning that they can sign out whenever they want. And there is no way of enforcing these on them. Obviously, countries can use soft power or some diplomatic pressure to make them do the same. However, it cannot appeal to great power forces like the UK, USA, and Russia, who have much power and diplomatic control in their hands. So, if they draw out of any of these policies, then it won't be easy to control them, but to make them enforce these policies within their countries. And another criticism is that developed countries have also stated unequal burdens for the policies. While they have to cut down on CO2 emissions, countries like China, which are not into these categories but are still huge emitters, they do not have to face the same burden and the same responsibilities. And as I said, many countries, including USA, recently have withdrawn from the group. Moving on, we explore challenges with shift to renewable energy. The Government of India has produced various tax and non-tax benefits to promote the usage of clean energy. However, many developing countries face challenges in implementation of renewable energy. We see this in the following points. Higher subsidies for fossil fuel development still exist, and much renewable energies are still in developing phase, and they don't have governmental support. And there is high price discrepancy between fossil fuels and renewable energy, leading markets to prefer fossil fuel over that. Moving on, we go on to clean fuel and electric vehicles, which is also related to renewable energy. We know that electric vehicles alone cannot contribute to net zero. Even though they don't have tailpipe emissions, they do have carbon emissions in their production, in their charging, and in their disposal. So, in order to make electric vehicles produce net zero, we have to make sure that electric vehicles are produced using renewable energy, and hence the shift to EVs should be accompanied by a shift to renewable energy also. Moving on, we see recently the loss and damage fund has been by the COP conference, and this funding is for climate action in many affected areas. However, this funding has also not been implemented in various areas because a proper definition of loss and damage has not been made yet, meaning that countries disproportionately face the consequences of climate change, and as a result, a proper fund has not been allocated yet in many areas. So, to this, I would say that climate policies have to see the best interest of all the parties. mentioned that both developed and developing countries have better enforcement, and also that the developing countries are not affected in their economy. And also the responsibilities and burdens must be equally shared, and technology development should be equally funded to ensure proper climate action.
Thank you, Subhasri. Now I call upon Lekha and Yamuna to present the topic on youth-led climate movements, highlighting the role of young activists in driving climate action and policy change.
Presenting my topic on climate and young activists on climate action and policy change. Why is important? The youth-led climate is crucial because young people are directly impacted by climate change, having a strong moral imperative to protect the future and bring fresh perspectives, energy, and innovative solutions to the fight against climate crisis. A youth-led climate is crucial because young people are directly impacted by climate change and have a strong moral imperative to protect their future and innovative solutions to the fight against climate crisis. Objectives. Climate change is one of the most significant intergenerational and in recent years, the voice of imperative and responses to climate change injustice. The policies and decisions made today that influence climate and sustainability outcomes for the remainder of the centuries and beyond such today have a large stake in their future. Research methodology. We have presented recent method approach. Primary data were collected from the journals and research papers recognizing the complex environmental concepts about climate change, the psychology as distinct. These types of activism structure and dangerous research. We have also highlighted and analyzed the diverse ways that future challenging power, relationship, and political interest on climate decided futures. So discussion and analysis. Despite several decades of research and more effectively communicating climate change to the general public, there is only limited amount of knowledge about how young people engage with climate that will shape and define their generation that climate demonstrates that there is some and some other sectors. Next one. Understanding climate change. Example, pressure government example and education in several countries. Youth activities often face exclusion. These medias like social media platforms amplify their message, advertise scientific and extracts. The recommendation establishing formal platform to improve voices in climate policies, making educational and international efforts like developing systems to track the progress and effectiveness of their initiatives, ensuring accountability for the paper. And also, youth-led climate activism is not just about solving today's crisis, it's about building a sustainable future where environment responsibility, equity, and expand. And conclusion, by contributing and supporting them and softer foundation for sustainable and research.
Thank you, Lekha. I now call upon Ilamati and Dr. Sigambaranathan to present the paper on topic proper disposal of waste, study about developing better health condition for marine organisms.
and gatherers. This is Sinapati from first BA Sociology. Here presenting my research paper on topic proper disposal of waste and study about myself the author and my father of Head Department of Sociology, PG Vaishnav College. Presenting my paper. Introduction. Ocean protects us, sustains us, and feeds us prosperity. The ocean contributes up to $1.5 trillion to global economy. Marine organisms act as a source of trade, food, medicine, and essentials. They vary from single-celled organisms to multicellular organisms in their variations. Accumulation of waste had created a massive damage on the health of marine ecosystems. The objectives of the paper was to study the different forms of waste dump and their effect on marine organisms. Additionally, the alternatives of dump waste and concluded by analyzing the role of government in improvising better health conditions. Our paper was proceeded by census study methodology. The required primary data was collected from 20 respondents residing near the one-year coastal areas through interview schedule method. The respondents are those who had 30 to 45 years of experience in field of fishing. Next slide. Findings. It is evident that from the prevailing of the respondent, it is clear that the forms of plastics and wholly contribute to 80% of marine debris. And additionally, oil leakage, sewage, untreated sewage, agricultural waste, and decays of plants and animals contribute to other forms of marine debris. Due to the accumulation of waste, the overall water quality had decreased gradually. When the root is diseased, then the whole part is affected, and the same rule applies here. Water the main source for breathing for marine organisms, and if the water quality is affected, then more the marine organisms can survive with the better. The final peak of end is extinctions of marine organisms. Implementing 7 R's in our lives and generating zero waste is the best way to reduce the inflations. And additionally, following the suggested methods of dumping waste can reduce the inflations of worsening the health conditions of marines. And role of government in improvising the health conditions of Indian Fisheries Act. According to it, when someone harms the fishes by poisoning the water, they are answerable to the legal system and they are fined and they must face the legal consequences. Implementation of certain practices significantly made a change to marine systems. Next slide. Recommendations. These recommendations are from the respondents and they were sure that if these recommendations were implemented, then it would be help to reduce the inflations and usage of sustainable products, conducting awareness programs among rural and suburban people, and subsidies for fishing farmers to maintain the water pH. When the water pH is maintained so good, then the marine organisms lives are assured with the lifelong, having a lengthier lifespans. And minimizing the use of plastics, we can use the alternatives method to reduce the usage of plastics and proper sewage treatment. Most of the areas, the sewage treatment is poor and ineffective. So, by proper sewage treatment, we can reduce the level of pollution in the marine ecosystem. Concluding my paper, whatever thrown doesn't disappear. They continuously possess a growing threat to marine organisms. There's a saying in Tamil, "Sirithuli Perivellam." Let us all put our hands together just to make a sustainable planet to live happier. Thank you. Thank you, Vilamati. Now I call upon Supin Robert and Dr. A. Muthalakshmi to present on the topic Occupational Health Hazards, Influence of Climate Change on Sanitation Workers.
Morning, this is Sociology of Social University. under the guidance of Dr. A. Muthaleshwari, Mother Teresa University. The topic question and influence of climate change on sanitation workers. Climate change is a global process causing significant destruction in ecosystem, economy, and society. Its consequences, rising temperature, more frequent extreme weather events, and change in precipitation patterns are especially devastating to vulnerable communities. Sanitation stands out as a particularly vulnerable category due to the nature of their employment, which includes direct contact with the toxic material, poor ventilation, and health concern related to waste handling. As the world faces the rapid effect of the climate change, sanitation workers, particularly in developing countries, are frequently left to deal with the deteriorating condition without the proper safety, precaution, or protection. Sanitary workers in India already suffer a variety of occupational health concerns, including physical injuries, toxic material exposure, and infectious, infectious infections. Climate change is a worsening these difficulties in locations such as Varkala, Taluk, Trivandrum district to Kerala. Rising temperature raise the danger of the heat-related illness while more frequent focused transport, rainstorm, even cause flooding, increase workers' exposure to the toxic waste. These poor working circumstances significantly influence sanitation workers' health, productivity, and well-being as they are frequently social economic disadvantaged and do not have access to the proper health care, social protection, or formal labor rights. Objectives of the study to assess the impact of the climate change on the respondent, to analyze how extreme weather conditions, personal health risk, and the job condition, to explore the social economic consequence of the climate change for the sanitation workers, to purpose recommendation for improving occupational health and safety for sanitation work in the context of climate change. There are few literature. In 2015, Yanko and 2022, Faisal and 2019, Archan Day also included all this for the research and review literature and methodology. This study used the case a study method concerning a sanitation worker in Varkala Taluk, Tirunelveli district. Purposely sampling was used to pick up a group of 22 workers. The study used the various primary data gathering methods, city structure surveys, field observation, and secondary data from the local government climate and the health records. Sample population. The sample includes 22 sanitation workers, waste collectors, methodology. The sample addressed both the permanent and the contracted employees. Data collection. Next. Data collection. Interview schedule were used to acquire continuity information on the workers' experience with the climate-related health hazard. The subject covered with their exposure to the high temperature, hazard waste, and access to the health care services. Thematic analysis was performed to find recurring patterns in the data, including occupational health hazard, climate change-related risk, and the socio-economic factors. The analysis concerned these themes to the sanitation workers' more significant problem adjusting to the climate change. Theoretical framework. I use some structural fractionalism and Karl Marx conflict theory. The findings and discussion. Many sanitation workers at Varkala Thailand reported daily heat stress, particularly during summer, and 70% of the respondents commonly experience symptoms such as dehydration, dizziness, and weakness due to the prolonged exposure to the high temperature. The lack of shade, working area, and the cooling breaks exacerbated their condition, resulting in the low production and the frequent absenteeism. Workers also started their access to the essential amenities such as drinking water, the job, and the internet is severely limited, which increased their susceptibility to heat-related amenities. The absence of protective measures such as heat-resistant gears accelerate these difficulties, leaving workers vulnerable to the long-term health problems, including heat stroke. Climate change has resulted in frequent and intense rainstorm even in Varkala Taluk, exposing sanitation personnel to the danger of pollution. Workers standard the following safety they must frequently flood areas without sufficient protective gear. Next slide. Most of the workers received modest earning and do not have official health insurance or social income. Despite of the highlighted hazard caused by the climate change, there is a dearth of the effective policy initiative to protect occupational health of sanitation workers in Bangladesh.
Thank you, sir. Next, I now call upon Tushali and Purnima K to present on the topic climate change and environmental refugees, impact of climate change on displacement and migration.
Good evening, all. I'm Purnima, author. My co-author is Sally. Our topic is climate change and environmental refugees, impact on climate change on displacement and migration. Limited contribution. India has contributed 3.4% of global greenhouse gases emissions since 1850, balancing growth and environment, protecting unviable population. Climate change is causing a huge millions of people. Our displacement over 376 million people have been forced to flee since 2008. The problem is generally worse. The number of displacement people increased rapidly with 4% annum since 2020. Rising sea level and nature disaster forcing millions to flee their homes in search of safety and security. Urgent action is needed to address the growing issues of environment. Refugees with 1.2 billion people potentially displaced by 2050 due to climate migration. To reduce change, migrate and adopt strategies, disaster risk reduction and protection for displacement person. Next slide. Methodology. These studies investigate the impact of climate change affects people who are forced to leave their homes due to environment problems. This study use a mixed method about qualitative and quantitative data collection and analyze method to gather diverse perception. So next slide. Discussion and analysis. Analyzing the correlation between increased frequency and severity of natural disaster and rising of environmental refugees. Socioeconomic, cultural and psychological impact of environment. Displaced and refugees communities. Tackling challenges and real answers. So next slide. Correlation between increased frequency and severity of natural disaster. Climate change lead to mass migration, putting pressure on local resources, infrastructures, and potentially disrupting social cohesion in affected areas. Climate change is projected to reduce India, with agriculture sector being particularly vulnerable to rising temperature, changing pattern. Over 18 years of Indian population in areas that are at risk of climate-related disaster. This made Indian highly vulnerable to impact on climate change. So next slide. International policies and framework. UNFCCC and international to reduce changes by establishing greenhouse gases emission, promoting sustainable development and reducing poverty. UNHCR, a global organization that protects and assess refugee seekers and stateless people, providing emergencies, food, medical care and education, job training. So next slide. Indian initiative to tackle environmental refugees, National Action Plan, climate change, launched in 2008 to address climate changing menace, violences, and adaptability of vulnerable communities. State action plan on climate change. More than half of Indian states have developed one action plan on climate change. National conclusion: climate change is primarily of displacement and migration worldwide. The rise of natural disasters has led to significant increase in environment. Climate change has a social, economic, cultural, and psychological impact on vulnerable communities. International action is urgently needed to address environment displacement and support vulnerable communities. Comprehensive policies and frameworks are necessary to address the need of environment refugees in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Purnima. I now call upon Arshavagni and Arudra to present on the topic Empowering India's Youth, Exploring Their Role in Climate Action and Sustainability.
A warm afternoon to everyone together. This is Arudra, first year BA Sociology, to present a paper on empowering the youth in the role of climatic actions sustainably. So for the convenience, I'd like to use bilingual language. ஸோ நம்ம இப்போ மாடர்ன் வேர்ல்டில் இருக்கிறதுனால டெவலப்மெண்ட் அப்படின்றது ரொம்பவே நல்லா இவால்வ் ஆயிடுச்சு. ஸோ அதே சமயம் நம்ம இந்தியா நல்லாவே டெவலப் ஆகுது. நமக்கான சேலஞ்சஸுமே ரொம்ப அதிகமாக இருக்கு. ஸோ அதனால யூத்தோட ரோல் அப்படின்றது ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்ட்டாகவே இருக்கு. ஸோ த்ரூ திஸ் ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் ஐ வுட் லைக் டு bring the role of in the climatic action and the sustainability in India. Next slide. So the objectives of this presentation is explore the youth participation in climate action and their role in sustainability, the motivation of youth and their engagement, challenges and barriers faced by the youth, analyzing the institutional and how the society influences the youth regarding sustainability. Methodology. So in the ப்ரெசன்டேஷனுக்காக நாங்கள் மிக்ஸ் மெத்தட்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணுவோம். அதில் சர்வேஸ் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கலெக்ட் பண்ணுவோம். அதில் 100 பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ் இருந்தாங்க. அதில் 15 to 25 ஏஜ் குரூப்ஸ் தான் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்ட்டாக இருக்காங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் கேஸ் ஸ்டடீஸும் இருந்துச்சு. அப்புறம் அதர் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ஸ் லைக் என்ஜிஓஸ், அப்புறம் ரோட் ட்ராக்ஸ்லாம் நாங்கள் கோத்ரூ பண்ணோம். அண்ட் நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸோ இதில் யூத் பார்ட்டிசிபேஷன் அப்படின்றது ஓவராலாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 53% ஆஃப் யூத் கிளைமேட்டிக் இனிஷியேட்டிவ்ஸில் எஃபெக்டிவாக ரோல் பிளே பண்ணாங்க. அப்புறம் 51% ஆஃப் யூத் ரெனியூவபிள் எனர்ஜி அப்படின்றது ப்ரமோட் பண்ணுறதுல எஃபெக்டிவாக ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்க. அப்புறம் இன்னும் 50% ஆஃப் யூத் கிளைமேட்டிக் அட்வொகேசியில் எஃபெக்டிவாக ரோல் பிளே பண்ணிருக்காங்க. அண்ட் மோரோவர் monthly there are 69.6% of youth participate effectively on this sustainable goals. So the next is challenges faced by youth. First of that is lack of knowledge. அப்படின்னா என்னதான் யூத் அப்படின்றவங்க முன்னாடி நிறையவே மூவ்மெண்ட்ஸ் அவேர்னஸ்லாம் கொண்டு வந்தாலுமே 26% ஆஃப் த இந்தியாஸ் பாப்புலேஷன் இஸ் ஸ்டில் illiterate. ஸோ அவங்க ஃபார்வர்டா சொல்றது எல்லாத்துக்குமே ஆப்டா இருக்காது. அண்ட் நெக்ஸ்ட் லிமிட்டட் ரிசோர்சஸ். ஸோ யூத் முன்னாடி வராங்க, ஃபார்வர்டாக வராங்க, பட் அவங்களுக்கு ஃபினான்ஷியல் ரிசோர்ஸஸ் அப்படின்றது கம்ப்ளீட்டாக அவங்களால அட்டென்ட் பண்ண முடியாது. அண்ட் they don't access proper technology because remoted areasல அதை ஆப்டாக யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. அண்ட் நெக்ஸ்ட் இஸ் டைம் கன்ஸ்ட்ரெயின்ட். டைம் கன்ஸ்ட்ரெயின்ட் அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா, ஈவன் தோ ஆல் த யங் சில்ட்ரன் அண்ட் யூத் கம் ஃபார்வர்ட், அவங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்குமே அவங்களோட பர்சனல் அகாடமிக் ஸ்கெடியூல்ஸ், அப்புறம் பார்ட் டைம், அதுக்கப்புறம் அவங்களோட சோஷியல் அப்புறம் பர்சனல் கமிட்மெண்ட்ஸ் அதிகமாக இருக்கும். ஸோ அதனால அவங்களால அதிகமாக இதில் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ண முடியாது. அப்புறம் வந்து லேக் ஆஃப் பேரண்டல் சப்போர்ட். இந்த மாதிரி அவேர்னஸ் இஷ்யூஸ், ஸோ அது ரிகார்டிங்காக வந்து யாரும் ஃபார்வர்டாக வந்தாலும் மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த பேரண்ட்ஸ் will நாட் சப்போர்ட். ஸோ அதுவும் வந்து ஒரு லிமிடேஷனாக இந்த இடத்துல இருக்கு. அண்ட் நெக்ஸ்ட் அதர் ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸ் ஹூ பிளேஸ் ரோல் இன் திஸ் கிளைமேட்டிக் சேலஞ்சஸ் அண்ட் ஆக்ஷன்ஸ். ஸோ அதில் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து ரோட் ட்ராக்ட், அப்புறம் வந்து என்ஜிஓஸ் வந்து இம்பார்ட்டண்ட்டாக இருக்காங்க. அவங்க வந்து என்னென்ன ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்க அப்படின்னா வேஸ்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், அதுக்கப்புறம் பிளான்ஸ், அப்புறம் ட்ரீஸ் வந்து பிளான் பண்ணுறது, இந்த மாதிரியான நிறைய ஒரு என்கரேஜிங் ஒர்க்ஸை வந்து பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் அடுத்தது வந்து சோஷியோ கல்ச்சுரல் இம்பாக்ட். ஸோ வாட் இஸ் சோஷியோ கல்ச்சுரல் இம்பாக்ட் இஸ் ஃபேமிலிஸ் எல்லாருமே வந்து அவங்களோட வேல்யூஸ் நார்ம்ஸ் எல்லாம் வந்து தே வேல்யூ. ஸோ தே ஆப்வியஸ்லி grow their children and shape them to what they have inculcated. And next, schools and other educational institutions எல்லாமே வந்துட்டு எஃபெக்டிவாக வந்து ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் பண்ணும் on education they are doing. And next, social medias take initiatives to bringing awareness for all the public and as well as other private organizations. And recommendations. So next is recommendations. Still, schools and education institutions are not stressing on this topic, and as it is so important and necessary, the schools and other education institutions should come forward for this right education path. And next is liberate social medias and awareness campaign. நல்ல அவேர்னஸ் கேம்பெயின்ஸ் அப்புறம் வந்து ரேலிஸ்லாம் வந்து கண்டக்ட் பண்ணுறதுனால நிறைய பப்ளிக் வந்து இதில் வந்து பெனிஃபிட் ஆவாங்க. அப்புறம் அவங்களுக்கு வந்து இதில் அவேர்னஸ் இருக்கும். என்கரேஜ் கவர்மெண்ட் அண்ட் ப்ரைவேட் செக்டார்ஸ். ஸோ வந்து கவர்மெண்ட் அப்புறம் ப்ரைவேட் செக்டார்ஸ் ரெண்டுமே வந்துட்டு நல்லா என்கரேஜ் பண்ணணும். அவங்களுமே வந்து இதில் ஃபார்வர்டாக வந்து இதுக்காக வந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணணும். நெக்ஸ்ட் எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் மென்டார்ஷிப். ஸோ மென்டார்ஷிப் அப்படின்றது ரொம்ப ஒரு இம்பார்ட்டண்டான விஷயம். ஏன்னா நிறைய இடத்துல வந்துட்டு மென்டார்ஷிப் அப்படின்ற ஒரு விஷயம் இருந்ததுன்னா they could cover every people regarding this awareness. And last, everyone should promote planting trees and waste management through education. Finally, I conclude, thus youth are the key changers on the climatic action. The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything. By Albert Einstein. Thank you.
Thank you, Arudra. Now I call upon Varshini and Kavya to present on the topic Navigating the Storm, Exploring the Intersection of Climate Change, Environmental Crisis and Urban Food Security.
So, good afternoon, warm greetings to one and all present here. Myself is Varshini from second year Sociology, Dwarakadas Govardhandas Vaishnav College, and the co-author of this paper is Kavya R from second year Sociology, same college. So, our topic is on navigating the storm, exploring the intersection of climate change, environmental crisis, and urban food security. So, the agenda of our paper is introduction, methodology, discussion and analysis, conclusion. So, introduction. So, the first point is the research mainly focuses on examining the effects of climate change on the urban food production, and it also explores how individuals and communities respond to these challenges. Second point, climate impacts disrupt livelihoods by affecting construction services and transport sector activities, which leads to job losses that adversely impact low-income populations. Additionally, urban living with its high energy demands and health challenges, which drives up the cost of living in cities. Climate change aggravates urban food insecurity through various pathways, including disruptions to transportation and distribution systems caused by climate. So the methodology we have used in our paper is both qualitative and quantitative method. And the respondents we took for our survey is under the age category of between 18 to 35, because these age category people are more engagedly active about this topic. Then we have used systematic survey through Google Forms. Now let's move on to the discussion and analysis part. First, it's understanding food security and its key dimensions. And now, what is food security? Food security is where all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food for an active and healthy lifestyle. And now it's four dimensions. First is physical availability of food. Physical availability of food is where it involves the availability of food through production levels, stockpiles, and net rates. Accessibility of food. People should get access to food by economically and physically. Food utilization. This refers to how much nutritious quality the food contains and how our body uses the nutrients. Stability of the food. This contains the stability level from all the three above points to maintain the stability of the other dimensions over time. The impact of climate change on urban food production and distribution. The variations in temperature brings the shift in rainfall patterns, which is driven by raising the CO2 levels of and greenhouse gas emissions, which will alter the land sustainability for crop cultivations and impact crop yields. So comparatively, more heat is produced in urban than rural, and some major cause is urban has more buildings, infrastructures, and we don't have much trees comparatively to rural areas. And this phenomenon creates a unique effect called as urban heat island. Due to the climatic changes, the food production gets affected, and this brings undermining disturbance stability. And this instability drives up the price of crops, making nutritious food affordable only for the wealthy. High temperature and flooding damage roads and bridges, which delays the food transport and reduces the freshness of the food and shortages in the remote areas. Urban food futures. Innovative solutions, adaptive strategies, and policy pathways for a more food secure city. Innovative solutions will be integrated pest management (IPM), which is nothing but the source. This source helps us to reduce the reliance on the chemical pesticides more than relying on the chemical pesticides, and also helps to manage and monitor the pest control with many technologies. Smart irrigation system. For the purpose of agriculture and landscaping, the water usage is done with the technological methods by optimizing it and reducing it. They use sensors, weather data, and automated control and checks the plant's water supply and the sufficiency level it needs. Agroforestry. Agroforestry is growing multiple species in the same piece of land is called as agroforestry, like crops, livestock, shrubs, etc. This is mainly to enhance the ecosystem and biodiversity. Policy recommendations. Supporting climate resilient crops, promoting water efficient technologies to support sustainable food distribution. So I like to conclude it. Investing in urban agriculture, strengthening local food systems, and promoting community-based solutions are essential to build resilience. Collaboratively, efforts among governments, communities, and organizers are essential to safeguard vulnerable populations and to achieve lasting food security. Embracing sustainable practices that balance resilience with ecological integrity is essential to protect biodiversity while adapting to climate challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashni. One announcement. There will be no tea break after this session. The tea break will be after the third session. So kindly everyone stay back. And paper presenters for the third session, kindly occupy the first two rows. I now call upon Rohin and Dunesh to present on the topic Local Government in Action, Navigating Conflicts and Cooperation in Environment, a study on rural and urban dynamics.
Naturally hot, artificially warm. With the warmth of my heart and the heat of the climate change, I begin my presentation. I am Rovin Das, a research reviewer, International Journal, with my co-author Donesh K. We both from the Department of Sociology at DG Vaishnav College. Today, we are here to present our research manuscript on the title Local Government in Action, Navigating Conflict and Cooperation in Environmental Crisis. First of all, as researchers of this manuscript, we are feeling to define the climate change as not just as a change, but as an evolution. In our study, you people will have noted that we have used the word local government. You may ask a question, why specifically local government? We believe that changes comes from the root level, not from the upper level. So that's the reason here we define government. Government as the change. Government is changing every 5 years, but the climate is getting evolved according to the causes and impacts created by the government in that particular area, which results in the climate evolution over the period of time. Next slide. Here comes the methodology part. We have used empirical research type, which used both quantitative and qualitative research design. The data are collected in two different ways. One is primary and another one was secondary. The primary data utilizes cluster sampling and purposive sampling. Cluster sampling was used to group the respondents, and purposive sampling was used to collect the data from the purposeful respondents. And then comes the tool used to collect data. Data was narrative review and interview method. The total number of respondents we surveyed was 300 from the regions like Kanchipuram, Chennai, Dindigul, and Theni. Here, particularly, we need to address one thing. Chennai and Kanchipuram lies in the northern part of Tamil Nadu, and Theni, Dindigul lies in the southern part of Tamil Nadu. This is to analyze how that local government are effectively taking policy recommendations or implementing policies in that particular regions. Next slide. Here comes the study population and sample scope. We took 100 general public, which involves peoples from general public, students, so on, so, and especially tribal peoples. And then comes 50 politicians. 50 politicians நாங்கள் எடுத்ததுக்கு வந்து ரீசன் என்னன்னா அவங்களோட மென்டாலிட்டி இந்த கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் பர்டிகுலரா கிளைமேட் சேஞ்சில் எப்படி இருக்குன்னு பார்க்கறதுக்கு. தென் கம்ஸ் 50 பஞ்சாயத்து ராஜ் மெம்பர்ஸ். ஆப்வியஸா லோக்கல் கவர்மெண்ட் அப்படின்னு ரூரல் சைட்ல சொன்னோம்னா நம்மளுக்கு வந்து பஞ்சாயத்து ராஜ் மெம்பர்ஸ் இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ வி ஹவ் டேக்கன் தட். தென் கம்ஸ் 15 ரெவன்யூ அஃபீஷியல்ஸ். நீங்க வந்து நீங்க கேட்கலாம் லோக்கல் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு ரெவன்யூ அஃபீஷியல்ஸ்க்கு என்ன கனெக்ஷன்ஸ்னு. பட் லோக்கல் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு ரெவன்யூ அஃபீஷியல்ஸுக்கு கனெக்ஷன்ஸ் இல்லைனாலும் they have that administrative structure which involves all the ties of government. So அதனால நாங்க வந்து ரெவன்யூ அஃபீஷியல்ஸ் எடுத்திருக்கோம். At last 50 members from urban local bodies. This study maintains the ratio of 2:1:1. Next slide. Here comes the study objective. எங்களோட first study objective is to analyze the role of MG Narega in climate mitigation in rural areas. Second objective was about the influence of state and central leaders in the local government, and the third objective was to analyze the policies which support climate change in both rural and urban, and the fourth policy is all about the conflict and cooperation. Next slide. Here comes our first discussion part titled Balancing Sheet when Politics Meets Policy. Here you people may know that the phrase balancing sheet in economy, but in this study we define the phrase balancing sheet as the power dynamics which exist between both state government and the central government. So the another part of sentence you may easily understand. There we mention politics, the word that politics represents the power dynamics. So when the power dynamics of a state leader or central leader meets the policy implementation taken initiative by the local leader or taken initiative by the MP or MLA in that area. So how that state and central leaders are influencing the local people while taking policies regarding to the climate change. So here when we ask our respondents, 18.5%, especially they say the influences are coming from the MP, and then 23.4% Panchayat President. Here these two influences are always taken in the positive note in rural side, since they believe they believe that one scheme that Gram Sabha, where the people are effectively taking part in the Gram Sabha and taking a decision related to climate change. Especially when we personally attended the Gram Sabha during a survey, we noted that many people are raising questions in the MG Narega part, since they believe that this program can effectively help them to adapt to climate changes and so on. So, but this is not the case with urban side. Since urban side, the state leaders like MLA and their ministers are influencing the decision made by the mayor and councillors. For that, we'll take one example. That is, the Gram Sabha mission is not followed in urban cities effectively. I think they don't have that scheme in urban side. And the second part, when we ask our respondents whether this influence over the state leaders or ministers is effectively taken positive note or in negative note, the people from the urban respondents says that they are taking in that negative note. For that, they give reasons like the leaders, that is MLA and the ministers in that urban side, are effectively buying boats before the flood, but failing to address the root causes of that issue. Next slide. I will go with recommendations. Okay. Last, I will conclude my study by saying few recommendations. When we take MG Narega part, they are taking effectively and implementing to the climate change mitigations. Example, in a study we took on Paliya community tribal people from that areas of Theni, where that people are taken this MG Narega scheme and constructed on a riverbed in which the mountain water runs through that, and the local villages who are presented in the downside of the mountain is getting benefited from that. So here we can clearly identify how that MG Narega plays an important role in addressing these climate changes mitigation. At last, I need to conclude by saying one thing. This is not a full study which we done. Since this is a longitudinal research which we are doing for the past 4 months and still it's continuing. But as a one dimension of this study, we have presented here, and then thank you. Okay.
So, it is Rovinda. Rovinda.
Yes.
Okay. It was a very good presentation. I have only one thing. You said that you have collected 300 samples. Okay. What is the sampling technique you adopted?
Cluster sampling and purpose is and then for secondary resources, we have taken narrative review and interview method. In interview method, we had some structured questions. Other than that, we took some insights from that narrative review which we conducted with our respondents.
So then it's a mixed method.
Yeah, mixed
method. You adopted a qualitative and quantitative.
Yeah, I have mentioned that.
Okay. How do you manage? What is the time frame of the sampling? Okay, you got 300 samples. Because I'm very much wondered for a paper you are doing 300 samples.
I can answer that. அந்த ஸ்டடி வந்து நான் பர்டிகுலரா நான் இல்லை இதுல இங்க கொடுத்துருக்கிற கோவாத்தை மட்டும் ஸ்டடி பண்ணல. அந்த 4 டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்ஸ்லுமே நாங்கள் வந்து சில ரிசர்ச்சர்ஸோட ஹெல்ப் எடுத்து தான் நாங்கள் அந்த ஸ்டடி கண்டக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அந்த 4 டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்ஸ்மே எங்களுக்கு கன்வீனியன்ட்டா இருந்ததுனால தான் நாங்கள் அதை வந்து எடுத்தோம். இதுல வந்து இப்போ நான் காஞ்சிபுரம் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் கான்சென்ட்ரேட் பண்றேன்னா தட் ரிசர்ச்சர் இஸ் கான்சென்ட்ரேட்டிங் இந்த டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் அவங்க கொடுக்குற டேட்டா எல்லாத்தையும் கம்பைன் பண்ணி தான் நாங்கள் வந்து லாங்கிடியூட் ஸ்டடி பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஸோ இது கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் பவுச்சர் வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் ஒரு பார்ட் ஆஃப் டைமென்ஷன் மட்டும்தான் நாங்கள் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். பட் இதை தாண்டியுமே வந்து நிறைய இருக்கு. ஸோ என்னோட செகண்ட் டிஸ்கஷன் பார்ட்ல வந்து நான் கிளியரா சொல்லியிருக்கேன் ஹவு திஸ் MG Narega is playing vital role in adapting to the climate change, especially in the rural sector. So due to time constraint, I run that.
I understand that, but then this is a longitudinal study, not a cross section.
Yeah.
So you have to acknowledge those people who will.
Yeah, sir. For conference proceeding, they said maximum 3 authors should be named. So that's the reason I didn't mention that.
Okay, it's very good.
Thank you, sir.
So the first Ilamati is here. Next to Akash, be ready. Akash is here. Or other audience also have some questions you can ask. Okay, it's not only the chair has to ask the questions. If audience also. Ilamati, I really appreciate for presenting this paper. But what is the methodology you adopted? Objectives you have not mentioned.
First objective of it is to study the different types of waste dumped in the street and their effect on marine organisms. And second was the alternative methods for disposed waste. And third one was the recognizing the role of government in improvising the.
Okay, in that case, like why you have interviewed fishermen? Because fishermen are not dumping waste into the sea. It is only the public who are dumping the waste. Correct, na? Whether you, if I am wrong, you correct me. Why you have interviewed fishermen in that case?
So I didn't feel that fishermen are the ones who are dumping the waste, but I just in overall said not. I'm not mentioned the fishermen. In general,
I think PPT you have mentioned that fishermen were studied. Now the samples were fishermen.
yes, because when it comes to fishes, only the fishermen had some knowledge on what was happening in the ocean as they were regularly going for the fishing season. And the ones I've asked are those persons had 35 to 40 years of experience in fishing season.
To upon the paper, you have to more concentrate on the methodology adopted. Okay. Being a first year student, I don't know whether you have been taught with such methodology, but little speaking with your guide and other people, courses, develop the methodology.
Sir, I wish to say, as the society of people, they belong to 90s and they are illiterates actually. Illiterates in the sense they went to school up to the 8th grade and they only said that they only can give the knowledge on fishes and about the ecosystem. So I only went down with fishermen and other samples like government officers of fishery department also and some professors of MSc fishery. So with them, with their reference, I've collected more data and added.
Yeah, that's very good. I'm not criticizing your thing. I'm saying actually you have to include other stakeholders also who is polluting the sea. Okay, not only the fisherman or the. There are people. We are public. We are throwing a lot of things into the sea. Correct. That only goes into the.
Yes, sir.
That has to also be accounted for.
Yes, sir. Sir, it is clearly mentioned in my paper. Due to time constraints, I couldn't mention it in detail. I mentioned the in detail about the persons who are dumping the waste and all.
Can you pinpoint one suggestions to rectify these problems? What is a strong suggestion?
Minimizing the use of plastics now, because it is the only plastic that
is ever-ending problem.
Still they
It's a good try.
Okay. Madam has already asked you question. Yes. Actually, to conclude, because there is some time constraints, so we are not going to ask individual questions. I will be giving my suggestions. Okay, I am very much I would say overwhelmed with the kind of papers that have been presented here because during my time when I was in my PA, I had no opportunities to do this, but I am very much happy that people who are studying undergraduation are coming here and presenting here. Morning also I saw some school students came and presented here. So only thing I wanted you to do, actually when you are presenting papers, a little be more have clarity in your methodology. Okay, like clearly mention your objectives, your the methodology you are following, the the sampling data. Some of the papers are very good. I don't want to mention by name, but there are some papers which was very clear in their methodology, their objectives, their sampling techniques, and then what is their findings, and then how they did the study. Everything was clearly mentioned. Some people have failed to, but I appreciate your trying for this, and I wish all the best. Okay, it was a very good experience for me also. Thank you.
I thank the head of the department for inviting me as a chairperson. I congratulate all the participants
being in the UG, you are all well tried the session, and then you got the more exposure how you are going to present, because this is a platform to elevate yourself to the next level. I congratulate all the participants. Few participants have done very well in the UG level. Thank you. And I also thank Madam for the coordinating. Thank you. Special thanks to our chairperson and the co-chairperson for conducting the technical session in a well-organized manner. Thank you for all the paper presenters, all the very best for your future. Successful future. Thank you.
In a moment of appreciation, I request Dr. Prabhakar sir to present the certificates to the paper presenters. Ilamati and Dr. C. Chidambaranathan. Akashe. Darshika, Subhashri and Nurul Khuda. Lekha and Yamuna. Lekha and Yamuna. Ishali and Purnima. Ashavardhani and Arudra. Subin Robert. Vashni and Kavya. Subin Robertson. Rohin and Dunesh. Finally, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Secretary Sri Ashok Kumar Mundraji, Principal Dr. S. Santosh Babu sir, our Department Dr. C. Chidambaranathan sir, and our esteemed Chairperson Dr. Prabhakar sir, Co-Chairperson Premalata ma'am, and our presenters for sharing your invaluable insights. A special note of thanks to organizing team, volunteers, and my dear fellow students whose efforts made this session possible. With this, we conclude this session. Thank you all for your cooperation and active participation. And paper presenters for third session are requested to occupy the first two rows.
I take this opportunity to thank the organizing secretary, ma'am, Janita Mary, Chidambaranathan sir, head of the department, for giving me the opportunity to come here, meet you all, and share the session. Thank you.
Ensure your PPTs are submitted to the team. Krishna from third year BA Sociology, and I'll be your MC for today's final session on the innovative approaches to climate mitigation and adaptation, where we will explore cutting-edge solutions and strategies to address climate change. Let's begin the session. It is a great honor and privilege to welcome our distinguished speaker, Dr. Gunashekharan Tandavi, who will be joining us online for today's session. He currently serves as the senior lecturer in Electrical and Electronics Engineering section, Engineering Department, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Muscat Sultanate of Gunashekharan is an accomplished academic researcher with 24 years of teaching experience and over 15 years in research. He holds a PhD in Information and Communication Engineering from Anna University, Chennai. Has an outstanding record of 50 technical publications, wireless communication, antenna design, and bioelectronics. Additionally, he has guided more than 75 projects, both undergraduate and postgraduate. Dr. Gunashekharan's dedication to academia and innovation is truly inspiring, and we are fortunate to have him here to share his insights with us. Let's warmly welcome Dr. Gunashekharan. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Everyone maintain the decorum. So you can start your session.
Presentation, and solve the bottlenecks with the sustainabilities in the climate change and the adaptation. As the front and foremost parameters, we consider the change of the soil CO2 in the context of climate change in Oman. So I'm going to give you some overview right about this particular topic. So basically, this soil CO2 refers to the carbon dioxide produced in the soil through the microbial activities, the root respiration, and the decomposition of organic. There are many key parameters for this soil health monitoring and adaptation. The main indicator of the soil health is the microbial activity, the sources of greenhouse gases. So these two plays a role in the carbon cycle and the climate change. So across the Oman, we have a different ecological and agricultural challenges, especially with this arid climate. With limited rainfall, sometimes we can say very low and zero rainfall rates. With this introduction, we have a few literature review related with this semi-arid ecosystems and the emission of land use in the change of environmental properties by highlighting the impact of water use on microbial activities and soil respiration. So based on this literature review, we could change the entire topic towards the climate change and its impact on soil economy. The major parameter which is impacting on the climate change on soil CO2 flux is the rising temperature. So which is increasing not only the climatical parameters with the pattern affecting the soil moisture. It is also contributing something towards the global warming soil. So higher soil temperatures lead to accelerated decomposition of organic matter, so that the atmospheric pressure, colliding of molecules, everything releasing more CO2. And the temperature is keep on increasing every year based on the statistical data. This will alter the carbon footprint pattern across the agricultural lands. What are the challenges for this? The first one for the soil CO2 in arid regions like Oman or Middle East. The soil moisture is a critical factor. The second one is increased evaporation in arid regions. The last one is the sensitivity to temperature change. So we are going to take this one as the major constraint here. And let us use some methods based on the tips given by the National Program of Net Zero Carbon from January to June 2023, then that is June to December 2023. Now we are in the second phase of January 2024 to June 2024. Based on this early transitions, the key locations taken to considerations are agricultural regions and ecosystems. Coastal and mountain areas where different petrol pumps and petrol stations and the fields like petrol systems are developed. So the techniques used for the soil monitoring is soil respiration chamber, gas analysis for CO2 concentration measurement, remote sensing and GIS for spatial analysis, geomatics methods of satellite images. These are all the factors influencing the CO2, not only in Oman, overall globe. I'm not going to talk about these things. Based on the Oman's carbon emission 2021, that is Exhibit 1, they are assessing that going to reduce 90 megaton CO2 emissions from the soil. So every year, this has to be cumulatively increasing, and to reduce this greenhouse emissions by 7% in 2030 against the baseline of 120 megaton, that is instead of 90, it has to be like 125 megaton CO2 emissions as a projected story. What are the parameters which will be affecting these things? One is industrial sectors. The second one is oil and gas industries. The third one is energy sectors, renewable energies and other energy sectors. The transport, then waste and agriculture. So these five sectors are contributing 95% of these emissions towards the soil. So based on this net zero carbon emissions, let us see the possible remedial measures. So the power sector could deploy solar and wind power generation at a scale. And we can go with the hydrogen or electric light vehicles for long distance trucks and buses. So these are some of the parameters that will be helping us to reduce the progressive increment in the feedstock, like the cement production, also the priority levels in the industrial sectors. As a technologist, how we can able to help to reduce this particular balance between the plants, so they can able to addressing the remaining things with the liquid nitrogen gas plants. So normal categorized the plants has to be converted into liquid nitrogen plants based on this exhibit 5 can able to reduce last mile gap of 7 megaton to achieve net zero carbon in 2050. Is it feasible with this particular parameters and the statistical data? What are the suitable technologies is contributing towards this decarbonization towards the globe? The first and foremost is the energy resource efficiency. The second one is electrification and renewables. The next one is the battery electric technologies, or you can go with the sustainable hydrogen. Then the next method is carbon farming, that is carbon capturing and carbon storage. Then the next one is, the next technique is negative emissions placement. So this will contribute a lot more towards the safeguarding the measurement techniques with the soil CO2. So there are certain standards are available to maintain the soil quality protection based on national and international soil quality related standards, environmental permit requirements, methodologies for undertaking soil quality monitoring assessment, relevant industry specific pollution prevention. Like you can have slight modifications into this particular parameters. So let us have a quick overview about the applicable standards. These are all the national standards across the world. And these standards are aligned with some of the international standards for soil and groundwater standards. The soil type correction formula for metals especially, this particular formula in general helps us to calculate the intervention value of soil being assessed and the intervention value for the standard soil values which have been taken from this soil quality regulations authority is providing. So the percentage of organic matter and the percentage of clay has to be taken into consideration for this particular metals. And what are the different monitoring and assessment methodologies, and how these methodologies are helping to maintain a sustainable development towards this particular industry specific management practices. Like industries, the petrochemical, limestone, cement industries, silica and glass industries, right? So these things to be coordinated with respect to an infrastructure based management practices. This is one of the case study given by Petroleum Development on PDO. So they are utilizing the CO2 for enhanced oil recovery in North Oman the year 2023. So here the sequestration techniques used is to resolve with respect to the normal emissions of the CO2. The second solution is the liquefied natural gas, as I told you, LNG plants. So this will be selected in certain areas at which these parameters will be correlated along with the statistical data. So these are all some of the statistical geometric graphs from the satellite where this carbon monoxide emission, nitrogen dioxide emissions, particularly with respect to this aerodynamic diameter less than 10 micrometer, within this particular regions, especially the areas like seashores and the areas like the hilly stations. Now, what are the findings based on the studies? So, as I already mentioned, based on the literature review, the rising temperature is the first parameter. The seasonal variabilities due to this temperature moisture fluctuation. So, the differences with respect to the coastal and irrigation agriculture areas, the lower fluxes in the desert regions with the limited vegetation moisture creates a huge difference in the earth soil, and the flux variations will be contributing a huge value in the greenhouse gas emissions. So the recent technologies like this AI models helping us to predict the CO2 from the atmosphere. So the paper written in 2014. So this paper deals with a generalized trained neural network model with recursive methodologies. And the target of this particular paper is giving a training around 154 samples with a validation of 66, maintaining a mean square error of 3.8. So this choosing network architecture is a simple input, and it looks only the regions which we have shown here from the satellite images. And these data publicly available. Based on the literature analysis. So in this paper, they have been using a simple training model with respect to the data feature selection data preparation. And they did with a number of iterations based on the model which they have been taken in the suburban areas. And they applied the same concept to the deserts and also in the irrigated agriculture lands. And the different data sets have to be applied as per neural network trainers. After a certain multi-scale geographic weighted regression method, they found a certain vehicular CO2 emission forecasting using time series analysis. You can check the root mean square value for the linear regression, lasso regression, range decision, random forest simple vector. So you could find all the methods are almost providing accumulated results based on the data set. For this particular decision tree, to see the values obtained from this particular method is to be correlated. So this model may be suitable for applications like this vehicular CO2 emissions. But our aim is to forecast these CO2s not from the vehicle, from the land, that is soil CO2. So we have to make this particular study by means of this auto-recursive integrated coverage, then artificial neural network, Hall-Winters exponential smoothing. This study has to be taken across the Gulf countries, starting from UAE, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, and you could see the graph indicates that the value of this particular prediction of CO2 emissions. This is represented in metric ton per capita. This is for the first method, that is the auto-recursive integrated moving average method. You will find the graph simply indicates that the KSA, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has huge amount of variations towards this particular conditions. So this is not maintaining a consistent results from 2015 to 2025. So we are moving towards the artificial neural network. And you can check the flat response of this one is to be slightly decreasing, then increasing, then slightly decreasing. So the best method has to be identified based on the prediction emissions. and we could able to propose a suitable method for analyzing these soil organisms. Okay. So these are some of the future projections for soil CO2 with respect to the sustainable land management. So let us conclude. As this very short span of time, I couldn't be able to cover a broad area regarding algorithms. But anyway, it will create the technologist can able to integrate this soil filth management into climate change mitigation strategies through a suitable algorithms, especially in the agriculture regions in India and across the East countries. So we can able to get a broader documentation and data set enough to indicate this particular problem. So these are some of the recommendations for future. We need some improved monitoring techniques. We need long-term study, multi-year studies. 10-year studies is not sufficient to do that. We need a collaboration with the interdisciplinary research between dermatologists, soil scientists, agriculture experts, with the data science, AI engineers. So this will help us to get a certain model to create through this particular remote sensing in drones or satellite data for better soil zero. These are some of the references. Thank you so much for the opportunity and patient listening. If you have any queries, feel free, you can ask me.
Are there any questions from the audience side?
If you have any queries, you can.
Sir, there are no questions. Thank you for your valuable insights, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a nice day. Yeah.
Thank you for your valuable insights.
Thank you so much. Thank you. See you all. Thank you. See you all. Thank you.
May I now warmly invite our chairperson, Dr. S. Balakrishnan sir, and our co-chairperson, Dr. Rao Prasad Jyoti sir, to kindly join us on the stage. It is my distinct honor to introduce a remarkable innovator whose contribution to the field of computer science and engineering is nothing short of inspiring. Dr. S. Balakrishnan currently serves as a professor and head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Arupare Institute Technology, which is part of the Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation Engineering. With an impressive 22 years of experience in teaching, research, and administration, Dr. S. Balakrishnan has made remarkable contribution to academia. He has authored over 39 books, published more than 150 technical articles, and contributed to 10 book chapters, showcasing his dedication to advancing knowledge. Dr. Balakrishnan's research interests include artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things. A prolific innovator who has filed 11 international patents, 42 Indian patents, and was recognized in India Book of Records 2021 for his exceptional patent achievements. He has delivered over 85 guest lectures and mentored young minds, including guiding teams to victory in the Smart India Academy. His leadership in academic and technical communities further reflects his expertise and commitment to education. Sir, we are honored to have you here. Guidance services. Please join me in welcoming and applauding Dr. S. Balakrishnan to share his insights with us. Lastly, I'm delighted to introduce the co-chairperson for today's session, Dr. Rao Prasad Jyoti, Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Business Administration at DG Vaishnav. Sir, we are honored to have you here, co-chairing the session. Thank you for joining us. I would like to invite Mr. Syed Aziz sir to present the mementos to our esteemed chairperson and co-chairperson.
Let us commence the session. This technical session includes 10 papers with a time limit of 4 minutes for each presentation. I kindly request all paper presenter to adhere to the allotted time. The Q&A session will take place after the presentation, followed by review from the chairperson. Paper presenters are requested to hand over the hard copy of their paper to the chairperson before their presentation. I kindly request the chairperson and co-chairperson to take the session. I now call upon Naman Lunia to present his paper, Innovation in Agriculture and Climate.
Good evening to all of the dais. My name is Raman, second year BBA student. Gonna present paper on innovation in agriculture and climate adaptation, titled as Climate Smart Agriculture, Pioneering and Practice for Resilient and Sustainable Farming Future. So basically, of course, my topic is innovation in climate adaptation and agriculture. So what does it mean? Like if we talk about innovation in agriculture, it's like adapting new techniques for agriculture practices and even climate adaptation. So slide one. So basically, I'm gonna first pick a topic on climate changes and agriculture, how it impacting the agriculture. Like if we see nowadays, there is a lot of significant climate changes being happening all across the world. So it's very crucial to focus on agricultural practices, also taking climate changes into the picture. So basically, it's very important to take this into the picture. Next slide. So innovation in agriculture. So nowadays, if we see there is a lot of influence of robotics and AI, which are coming to the picture. Then if we use this kind of techniques for our agricultural purposes, then it can help us to deal with what we say, deal with agricultural practices and improve its efficiency. Like if we say crop management is very efficient if we take agriculture into the picture, because crop management is okay. Crop management is what agriculture deals with. Like if we want to grow the crop, it's very important to oversee each activity involved related to the harvesting, sowing, these all things. Now, next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So, sustainable agriculture practices. Like if we try to switch all agriculture practices into the natural way of doing it, like if we say using cow dung or urine, rather than using those what we say fertilizer, pesticide, and moving into sustainability, because of course it first prevents soil degradation, and as well as it also bring the balance in what we can say biodiversity, means it brings biodiversity. So it's better to focus on sustainable agricultural practices. Next slide. Yeah. So challenges, of course, agricultural sector face a lot of challenges, like we say pest, then drought, flood. This all kind of challenges are being faced by agriculture. So it's better to bring some kind of practices which can avoid this kind of thing, because there are a lot of things which has even happened in past history of India, like Bengal famine. Then in 1920s also we have faced this kind of great famine. So it's better to work on this kind of things and be out of those chemicals, pesticides, fertilizers, and this sort of things. Next slide. Now, of course, role of uh, government and international cooperation. So now they are also bringing some kind of like projects like FAO, which was brought by United States, which focus on farming and agricultural, which is actually farming and agricultural organization. So they are bringing some kind of policies. They are taking some steps, and so on. They are focusing on this kind of things. Next, please. Yeah, case studies and stories. So in India also there are some kind of policies which are being running, like zero budget natural fertilizer means farming, where natural things are being used, like if you say cow dung and urine. This all things are being used. It is actually brought in Andhra Pradesh, where this practice was followed by farmers. Next page. Yeah. So I conclude my presentation by saying that my paper actually consists of how the innovation and means can be brought, and agriculture and climate adaptation can be improvised. Like if we say, as I said, AI and robotics can be used so that this kind of challenges and this kind of thing can be means agriculture and crop management can be efficient, can get efficient day by day. So thank you to all of the dais and to chairman and to chairperson.
Yeah, Raman, it's a very good presentation. Actually, as per your paper title, you mentioned as innovation in agriculture and climatic adaptation. So, what are the innovative approaches you use in your paper?
So basically, I've gone through many articles and this kind of things, and I got to know that yes, there are a lot of things which is happening. Like technologies are being used, like drone, AI, and robotics. Because in this era, that AI and robotics is being used for many things. It is also being used for agriculture. Like drones are used for irrigation purpose, and there is precision farming and this all things.
So, yeah. Okay, but actually, it's whether the survey paper or research article.
Sir, I have shown secondary data. Means I have gone through secondary data, research paper. Any question, sir?
Oh, whether this paper is a survey paper or a research article.
It's a survey paper. It's no, sir. Actually, it's a research article.
Okay.
Secondary data.
My dear, I have a question. See, you have wonderful thoughts of making some things for agriculture, but till the end, you have not revealed what is the innovative technique you are going to use. AI can be used, that is all the tools what you are going to use. But what is the innovation you are going to do? And what is the thing you are going to do? And how are you going to make it practical? I can just say, I want to make this bus fly from Coimbatore to Bangalore. But how that will happen? That is one of the questions. Can you understand my question?
Yes, sir, got it. So basically, as I see, it's drones, sir. You see, in drone also they used to use as sparkles. If there is no such rain or night, there is if what we say, it's not rain produced area. So drone can be used like they can fit a sparkle with it. They can have water, this all things, and they can. Thank you, sir.
Next.
Audience, please maintain silence. Dr. M. Sangeeta I now invite Jayashree and Jayashree to present their paper, Climate Smart Agriculture, Pioneering Technologies and Practices for a Resilient and Sustainable Future.
My dear children, whomsoever are present, so kindly separate the people. We will be asking questions for 2 minutes. So that is how it is going to be. Make it fast as soon as possible. You can start.
So good afternoon all. Myself Jayashree and teammate Jayashree are introducing the paper on the topic Innovations in Agriculture and Climatic Adaptations. So the main idea of the paper explains the increasing impacts of climate change on agricultural sector, and the adaptive methods to overcome the problem. So as the world confronts the escalating impacts of climate change, the agricultural sector faces urgent challenges. Unpredictable weather patterns and rising global temperature necessitates the transforming traditional farming practices. The fluctuations in global climate change in recent years further ignites the declining agricultural productivity. It is because majorly crops depend on weather conditions. So if this is changing, it ruins the crop and ultimately affects the whole agricultural supply chain. Climate change is of ultimate concern to economists, ecologists, and mainly agriculturalists. As agriculture and climate are closely related, the major impacts of this includes extreme temperature and precipitation changes, and because of this, there is a major threat to food security. Food security also includes food productivity and then food scarcity, food quality damage. The solutions to overcome food security slide.
Taking things a little bit and take some time. Yeah. Or if you can do without the PowerPoint, then it is okay for us. Yeah, okay. Next participant.
Next, I would like to present a paper on the toxic legacy of colonialism, a climate death analysis through the Edmund's course. Sam, I now invite Sam Karina presenting a paper on adapting cosmetics, young women's response to climate change.
I'm Sam Kirina from Aguchan Mandu Jain College studying MSc Applied Psychology. My title is about adapting cosmetic and women's response to climate change. Introduction. Next slide. So, study by Anna University Center for Climate Change and Disaster Management reveals that the state has experienced 41.5 rises the average number of heat caused discomfort across 39 districts since 2014 and trend expected to continue until 2050, which was published in Times of India. Climate change includes major variation in average and peak temperature, humidity, atmospheric pressure, precipitations, wind patterns, ocean pH, and salinity and polar glacier, which also includes the frequency of extreme weather events. Skin is the most exposed organ to the environment. Therefore, it is not surprising that cutaneous diseases are inclined to have a high sensitivity to climate. This was published in the paper Nicola and Bellato et al. Social norms are the perceived informal and mostly unwritten rules that define acceptable and appropriate action within the group or community. It is situated at the interaction between behavior, belief, and expression. Review of behavior. Next slide. Next to introduction. Fast forward. Slide 2. Review of literature.
Okay. This is what you have.
Okay. So review of literature papers were collected from the platforms like Google Scholar and PubMed and need for the study. Where in our generation, young adults immerse and entertain themselves with makeup. Depending on their job, some people become accustomed to wearing makeup while others embrace it as a form of self-care, climate change, which highlights how makeup and skincare practice have changed. The study was conducted in a thematic analysis where themes are precautions, unpredictable seasonal variation, social norms, and climatic adaptation. All of us are having different skin types, including dry, clear, oily, and wet. Additionally, this climatic interpretation has been crucial in skin maintenance, which has influenced us. Next slide. Qualitative method was applied here, and total 14 samples were gathered through interview. Age criteria includes from 20 to 24. The sample, which has consisted of people who had all lived in Tamil Nadu, Chennai for years, provided the information. Participants were asked to describe their reasons why they started using makeup skincare and how they maintained their makeup and skincare routines during seasonal changes. Additionally, the study outlines the psychological aspects that were impacted by the climate change as well as supporting elements that contribute to the study's result. The study result part will discuss the structural themes of the study. Precautions. One of the samples I have mentioned here. During summer, I use skincare to provide deep nourishment to my skin. During college travel, I develop skin burn and my dermatologist provide me tinted sunscreen to prevent sunburn. Next slide. Okay. So in this theme, the climate of Tamil Nadu is mostly humid. Mostly during the summer season, the temperature is engagingly high and leave the skin sweaty and oily. They are more prone to get skin acne and cause excessive oil formation in the skin. To prevent sunburn and skin tanning during the summer, the usage of sunscreen and moisturizer during the seasonal differs from person to person. Next slide. Unpredictable seasonal changes. I use most moisturizer face serum during winter because my skin gets dry and my complexion is modeling. So during summer, maintaining my skin is must my work demands. I have to put on professional makeup and yes, there will be skin damage and damage. And due to the skin type, some sample prefer skincare over makeup routines and avoid wearing makeup. They also prefer natural and homemade products to protect their skin from dry and extreme heat. Additionally, the skin is more directly impacted by the seasonal changes. Humidity in the state has a significant importance on the participants' So the result of the investigation reveals that participation, personal care, skin care practice and coping mechanism have been impacted by the climate change, which has a unique effect on each individual participant. Participants who are college students and working women make up the samples in the study examine how they perceive impact of climate change on cosmetic use. The study was strengthened by the social norm being, which has that the social expectation and peer pressure were uplifting rather than depressing. Overall, the study subject, although it is impossible to completely prevent climate change and its impact on skin condition, participants proactive plan and help them deal with the risk of experiencing skin-related effects.
Next, we have Aarti and Sri Shakti to present their paper, Smoking Cessation as a Co-Benefit for Climate and Health, a Strategy for Reducing Environmental and Health Impacts.
A warm greetings to everyone present here. Myself, Sri Shakti from first year BA Sociology of DG Vaishnav College, here to present our research paper titled as Smoking Cessation as a Co-Benefit for Climate and Health, a Strategy for Reducing Environmental and Health Impacts, authored by Aarti of first year BA Sociology of DG Vaishnav College and co-authored by myself. Quitting smoking benefits both public and environment, promoting well-being and ecological sustainability. Therefore, we chose this topic as it aligns with the theme of the conference and emphasizes the need for sustainable and health-conscious strategies. Smoking is a leading cause of preventable deaths and environmental damage. Promoting effective smoking cessation methods is essential for a healthier public and population. The objective of our paper is to identify the harmful effects of the tobacco's production and consumption as a key step towards a meaningful change. Assessing smoking's health and climatic consequences is vital for action. Highlighting the importance of smoking cessation fosters greater understanding of its benefits. Next. Methodology. This study adapts an analytical review framework collected through primary data collected through an online questionnaire from 100 respondents. The health risks of the tobaccos are well known, while the environmental impacts receive less attention. These include tobacco's cultivation, production, distribution, consumption, and post-consumption waste. The survey shows that most of the respondents are generally aware of this issue, but a smaller group are partially aware, and the leftover remains neutral. These findings highlight the need for more education to raise awareness, particularly among the less informed groups. Next. Cigarette smoking is the leading cause of disease and deaths worldwide, increasing the risk of mouth, lip, and lung cancer, chronic bronchitis, and cardiovascular diseases. The survey shows that nearly half of the respondents identified lung as the most vulnerable organ, followed by heart, mouth, and nostrils. The tobacco epidemic is a major public health threat, killing over 8 million people worldwide, with the majority of their deaths due to the direct use of tobacco and a significant number due to the exposure of second-hand smoking. Smoking has significant climatic impacts, including deforestation, increased carbon emission, and air pollution. The main challenge in encouraging smoking cessation is a lack of awareness, which many people find as the biggest obstacle. Others believe that there is insufficient data connecting smoking to climate change, while some point to lack of government support and resistance from the tobacco industry. Overcoming these challenges require a greater knowledge and support to help the public see smoking cessation as an important step in combating climate change. Tobacco smoke contains harmful chemicals, and non-smokers, especially children, are exposed to second-hand smoking. Many respondents believe that public awareness campaigns are key to promote the environmental benefits of smoking misinformation, while others call for more scientific data and evidence and government support for smoking cessation programs. These findings suggest that a combined approach of education, evidence, and support is needed. Next slide. In conclusion, tobacco use is a leading preventable health risk and a major cause of premature deaths, climbing over 8 million deaths worldwide. Linking tobacco's consumption need to be identified as a key role for achieving all of the sustainable goals, not only directly limited to the health. Let us now welcome Vasantha Mayur and Subhashri who will present their paper, Human Industrialization, a Drastic Change in Earth's Climate. A pleasant evening to one and all present here. Myself, I am Vasantha Mayurni, second year BA Sociology, DG Vaishnav College, and my co-author is Shubhashri, second year BA Sociology, DG Vaishnav. So, our topic is Boom and Industrialization, a drastic change in Earth's finance. So, I am starting with the term industrialization. Industrialization was considered as a civilizing mission in olden days. Hence, dependence on coal and fossil fuels drastically increased. Developed countries used coal and fossil fuels enormously, and people preferred economic growth rather than environmental sustainability. This is where the problem starts. Since we have seen above factors that they preferred economic growth rather than environmental sustainability. So, in Paris Agreement, we could see that developed countries are stated as historically responsible for the climate change, so they are reasonable and accountable for this. So, next slide. So, the methodology, the primary data was collected using sampling technique was random sampling method, and research design is qualitative analysis, and the tool which we use is interview method, and the respondents are from the area covered from Chennai, Madurai, Ramanathapuram, and Sivagangai between the age category of 18 to 15. We covered, you could see that we covered in northern part of Tamil Nadu and southern part of Tamil Nadu for their analysis, and the secondary data was taken from newspapers, magazine, and internet. So, next slide. Next slide. So, the first topic is societal collapse and extensive coverage. I'm starting with the Karl Marx conflict theory. In that theory, we could see that Karl Marx said that society is always in the state of conflict for the resources. This is when the rich people suppress the poor. So, climate change is being a factor for the resource depletion. So when rich will suppress poor and inequality will also increase. In recent newspapers, you could have read about the Zimbabwe incident where they stated that people are fighting for the resources and finally they killed an elephant for the food. Here I am stating that basic necessities are prevailed over the social bonds and which is leading to a deteriorating social cohesion. அதாவது ஒரு 5 ஆப்பிள் இருக்குன்னா அந்த 5 ஆப்பிள வந்து 10 பேர் எப்படி சாப்பிடணுங்கிறத வந்து 10 பேர் வந்து அந்த 5 ஆப்பிள ஷேர் பண்ணி சாப்பிடலாங்கிறத வந்து அந்த இடத்துல யோசிக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் வரையில அந்த 5 ஆப்பிள்ல வந்து எனக்கு வேணும் உனக்கு வேணுங்கிற பிரச்சனை தான் நடக்கும். So that is what I mentioned, that is deteriorating in social cohesion. Next is அதாவது ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் வருதுன்னா people அந்த இடத்துல இருந்து வேற இடத்துக்கு போக பிளான் பண்ணுவாங்க. So I'm saying when people want better living condition, people will start migrating, which is creating a pressure in host countries. அதாவது அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு geographical tension, identities issues, அங்க இருக்கிற கண்ட்ரில இருக்கிற பீப்புளுக்கே அவங்களுக்கு வந்து ரிசோர்ஸ் டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூஷன் வந்து ப்ராப்பரா அவங்களால பண்ண முடியாது இந்த கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் இஷ்யூவால. இப்போ வேற கண்ட்ரில இருந்து பீப்புள் அவங்க கண்ட்ரிக்கு மைக்ரேட் ஆகி வந்தாங்கன்னா அவங்க ரிசோர்சஸ் எப்படி வந்து டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணுவாங்கங்கிற ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் வந்து அங்க ரைஸ் ஆகுது. நெக்ஸ்ட் அடாப்டிங் கல்ச்சர் டு தி ஹாஸ்ட் கண்ட்ரிஸ். அதாவது பீப்புள் வேற இடத்துல மைக்ரேட் ஆகி போனாங்கன்னா அவங்களோட கல்ச்சர் வந்து அவங்க மறந்தாகணும். ஏன்னா அந்த ஹாஸ்ட் கண்ட்ரிஸ்க்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி கல்ச்சர்ஸ் வந்து அவங்க ஃபாலோ பண்ணணும். ஸோ இந்த இடத்துல நம்ம பார்த்தோம்னா நிறைய கல்ச்சரல் ஐடென்டிட்டிஸ் வந்து டிஸப்பியரன்ஸ் ஆகும். நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்லைட். So crumbling communities and unassured wealth of people. இதுல நான் எடுத்திருக்க கம்யூனிட்டிஸ் பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஃபிஷரிஸ், டூரிசம், மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் செக்டர் அண்ட் அக்ரிகல்ச்சர். இதுல வந்து இந்த செக்டர்ஸ்ல வந்து நிறைய அஃபெக்ட் ஆகுறாங்க. ஆனா பீப்புளோட ஃபோக்கஸ் அண்ட் பீப்புள், அதாவது நாங்க ரிசர்ச் எடுக்கையில யூத் ஜெனரேஷனுக்கு வந்து இவங்க அஃபெக்ட் ஆகுறாங்கன்னு தெரியுது. ஆனா எந்த லெவலுக்கு அஃபெக்ட் ஆகுறாங்கிறது வந்து யூத் ஜெனரேஷனுக்கு வந்து தெரியலங்கிறது வந்து நாங்க ரிசர்ச் மூலமா கண்டுபிடிச்சோம். நெக்ஸ்ட் ஹியூமன் வெல்னஸ் மேண்டேட்டரி ஆஸ்பெக்ட். டாபிக்லயே கிளியரா கொடுத்தேன். ஹியூமன் வெல்னஸ் இஸ் a mandatory ஆஸ்பெக்ட். ஹியூமன் வெல்னஸ் வந்து என்னைக்குமே காம்ப்ரமைஸ் பண்ண முடியாத ஒரு ஆஸ்பெக்ட் எடுத்துக்கலாம். இதுல நமக்கு ஹெல்த் பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஹெல்த் இம்பாக்ட்ஸ் வந்து என்னென்ன வருதுன்னா வெக்டார் பார்ன் டிசீசஸ். அதாவது முன்னாடி எல்லாம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா மலேரியா இல்ல அப்புறம் வந்து டெங்குங்கிறது வந்து ஒரு ரேர் டிசீஸ் இருந்துச்சு. ஆனா அந்த கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் இதெல்லாம் வர்றதுனால அந்த வெக்டர்ஸ் வந்து கிடைக்கிற இடம் வந்து சர்வைவ் ஆகுறதுக்கு இடம் வந்து அதிகமாயிடுச்சு. ஸோ வெக்டார் பார்ன் டிசீஸ் வந்து டிராஸ்டிக்கா இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகுது. அதே மாதிரி ஹீட் வேவ்ஸ் இப்போ டெய்லி நியூஸ் பேப்பர்ஸ் நீங்க ரீட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் ஹீட் வேவ்ஸ் வந்து எவ்வளோ ஹீட் டெத் வந்து இப்போ ரீசெண்டா எவ்வளோ ரேபிடா 20 years இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆயிருக்குன்னு. அப்புறம் ரெஸ்பிரேட்டரி இஷ்யூஸ்ல நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா worsening of air quality. டெல்லியில இப்ப நம்ம லைவா விட்னஸ் பண்ணலாம் worsening of air quality நடக்கிறது. இதுல ப்ராப்ளம் என்னன்னா இந்த worsening of air qualityயால வர டிசீஸை வந்து பீப்புளுக்கு ட்ரீட்மெண்ட்டுக்கு வந்து அவங்களால மணி அஃபோர்ட் பண்ண முடியலங்கிறது ரிசர்ச் மூலம் எங்களால கண்டுபிடிச்சு. அடுத்து மென்டல் ஹெல்த். இதால வர மென்டல் ஹெல்த் வந்து நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு வந்து இதால வர மென்டல் ஹெல்த் தெரியவே இல்லை. கிளைமேட் சேஞ்சால PTSDன்னு ஒரு மென்டல் ஹெல்த், ஈகோ ஆங்ஸைட்டிங்கிற ஒரு மென்டல் ஹெல்த் இருக்கு. அதாவது போஸ்ட் ட்ரமாட்டிக் ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் டிசார்டர் அப்படிங்கிறது. ஒரு நம்மளோட லவ்டு ஒன்ஸ் வந்து conclusion. So I have mentioned one of my favorite quote: the best way to predict the future is to create it. அதாவது நாளைக்கு என்ன நடக்கணுங்கிறத நம்ம இன்னைக்கு கிளியரா முடிவெடுத்தாதான் அதை வந்து பண்ண முடியுங்கிறது மாதிரி அந்த கோட்ல சொல்லியிருப்பேன். So the urgent need for policies need to be addressed and the foremost priority must be given to the vulnerables. Vulnerables community வந்து தப்பே பண்ணாத ஒருத்தவங்க டெவலப்டு கண்ட்ரீஸால தான் இவ்வளோ ப்ராப்ளம் வருது. ஸோ தப்பே பண்ணாதவங்க வந்து அவ்வளோ சீக்கிரமா தண்டிக்கப்படக்கூடாதுங்கிறது நான் ஐம் கன்க்ளூடிங் வித் தட்.
I now invite Aruna Jyoti Jahan to present their paper on From Runway to Landfall, Exploring the Climate, Impact of Youth Fashion Habits, Sustainable Choices for Change. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Aruna Jyoti Jahan from Runway to Landfall, Exploring the Climate, Fashion Habits, and Sustainable Choices for Change. I'm the author of this paper, and M. Jyoti Jahan from 3rd BA Sociology, author of this paper. So now let's move to the introduction part. Fashion industry has grown from a symbol of cultural expression to the major contributor to the environmental contribution. Fast fashion, which involves in 10% of global carbon emission, which is equal to the entire European carbon emission, says Business Authorities in 2009. So this data makes it necessary for us to focus on how the fast fashion impacts on the environment, and it leads to how it's leading to the environmental degradation. Why we conducted the study means, although many studies that focus on fast fashion environmental impact, but no study focuses on its effect on youth in Chennai. And existing study also offered to look the importance of social cultural factors in influencing the fashion habits. This study aims to fill those gaps by analyzing the behavior, the awareness, and the willingness to adopt sustainable practices. Methodology. This research utilizes qualitative and quantitative research designed to structured interview. Number of participants were 50, and the age range from 18 to 25. The study was conducted in Chennai. The responses were collected in person through structured questions. So the objective of the study is to explore the environmental and climate impact of youth fashion consumption in Chennai, and also to explore the factors influencing the youth fashion habits, and to propose actionable strategies towards it.
Next slide. So these are the findings that we got through the research. Majority of the respondents said that affordability, style, and cost effectiveness are the factors that they influence in the fashion choices. Next one. More than 50% of them said that they buy clothes once in 3 months, which is something frequent. Next slide. Yeah. Majority of the respondents said that they are unaware about the waste generated by the fast fashion. Despite this statement, 75.5% reported that they buy clothes from fast fashion brands like Zara, H&M, Trends, Reliance, etc. So there is a gap in their awareness and their action. This contributes to persistent environmental degradation. Next slide. When we asked about the barriers in adopting sustainable practices to the respondents, majority of them said that high cost and limited sustainable brands are the primary barriers that they face in adopting fashion practices. Next slide. So from our research, it's clear that young people prefer fast fashion because it's easy, affordable, and trendy. Fast fashion uses large amount of low quality clothes quickly. This influences the frequent purchasing habits of the individuals. However, these clothes does not last long and they are thrown away in landfills, and this generates the textile waste. Materials like polyesters requires hundreds of years for its decomposition process. And the discarded clouds clog in landfill and releases harmful chemicals like greenhouse gases like methane into the atmosphere and releases microplastic in soil and water. And another process of the decomposition of these cloths includes incineration, which also involves in releasing harmful chemicals in the atmosphere. So apart from the major objective of research, we want to connect our findings with one of the yeah. We want to connect our research findings with a theory of cultural capital proposed by our findings say that social media influencer culture significantly shape the fashion practices because youth are there in social media. The trends showcase the social status and belonging. And here, Pure Beauty theory of cultural capital says that clothing is not just a personal choice; it's about gaining cultural distinction. Fast fashion provides the opportunity for them to attain the status accordingly. And next time, so cost effectiveness, size, and affordability are the primary economic factors that influence fashion practices. And social media makes sustainable practices more visible to the audience and make fast fashion brands less visible. This reflects how our relay on fast fashion even if harms the society. So this is a conclusion. And what is the solution for this cause of this environmental impact? The impact of fast fashion in environment can be reversed or finished, but we can work towards in reducing its harmful effects in the environment. So, yeah. So what we can do as a consumers means we can be a responsible consumers. We can create change by carefully choosing our products while buying or purchasing our clothes. Along with by checking the sustainable product what we are using, we can create a more slow fashion in the future. Next slide. Yeah. So the promoting sustainable fashion requires support from various stakeholders like media, education, and government, clothing industries, etc. And I want to just say that cloth is a basic need and should not be the mean of exploiting the environment. And dress what you like, but keep in mind the impact that they create on our planet. And I want to just end my presentation by saying one quote from Vidyanan Vasu that buy less, choose well, and make it last. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call upon Karthik Raja and Hari Sriram to present their paper, Heat Action Plan and Analysis on the Impacts of Heat Waves and its Effects.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm T. Karthik Raja, with BA Sociology, and my co-author is Hari Sriram, BA Sociology. The title of research paper is Heat Action Plan and Analysis on the Impact of Heat Waves and its Remedies. Introduction. So, what are heat waves? Heat waves are nothing but it is a period where local excess heat accumulates over a sequence of unusually hot days and nights. Actually, there is no standard definition for heat waves as it varies according to regions. But however, different organizations have tried to give a definition to it. Like the World Meteorological Organization has defined it as 5 or more consecutive days during which the daily maximum temperature surpasses the average maximum temperature by 5 degree or more. Also, other organizations like Indian Meteorological Department and National Weather Service has also defined it. The importance of understanding about heat waves is because it is closely related to climate change and it has been on a constant increase since 1950s. The cause, the heat waves also causes various health issues such as heat stroke, dehydration, and environmental effects which affects the ecosystem, agriculture, and water supply. Objectives. The object the objectives of this research paper is to understand the adverse impacts created by heat waves in our environment, to examine the important initiatives taken to combat heat waves at the national and also at the international level. Also, we want to analyze the views of the common people suffering from these extreme heat conditions through a survey. And there is also a we have also provided for recommendation on the new ways through which heat action planning can be formulated and better implementation can be made sure. Next. Methodology. So the research methodology for our paper would be a survey method. We have received we have received source data from 15 participants through online questionnaire, and all these participants are within the age of 15 to 20, and we have also collected certain data from books, newspaper articles, and research papers. Next. So findings first, we want to analyze the adverse impacts created by the heat waves. It includes environmental effects. The environmental effects usually includes the destruction of ecosystem, and it also leads to forest fires, and there is also a stress on the growth of plants and the coral reefs. There is also major health issues pertaining to heat waves because it leads to heat strokes, dehydration, etc. And also there are major problems arising in agricultural field, causing for stunted growth and crop failure. Next. Important heat action plans. There are certain important heat action plans taken at the national level. To start off with, like the national guidelines for heat wave management and national disaster management plan. So all these are provided for guidelines for and a framework for the prevention and mitigation measures of heat waves. And also there is a study on heat wave related issues because of this, and there is an international level initiative taken through the Global Heat Health Information Network, and the UN Secretary General has also called for mitigation of such extreme heat waves and to keep it under control with 1.5 degrees Celsius. Survey on people's sufferings. So mostly our question, the participants contained about 86.5% in the urban areas and the remaining from the rural areas. So our questions were mostly relating to their awareness also. So the awareness was actually quite inadequate as most of the people, that is 53.3%, were only partially aware about heat waves, and 6.7% were not at all aware about heat waves, while only 40% were very well aware about it.
Last 20 seconds.
Yes, yes, sir. And heat waves, and there is also a major agreement that heat wave affects our lifestyle. About 60% agree with that, and the experience of the heat waves in that area has been the most, with 80% agreeing to it. And people have also felt that there has been inadequate measures taken by the government upon heat action plans. Next slide. So, as a way forward for efficient heat action plans, we have provided. We would like to tell the following: to ensure better smart heat tracking and systems and early warning systems can serve a great purpose, and to set up more green spaces and spread awareness about heat waves to the people and how to combat about it, and what are the steps that they can do on their part to mitigate heat waves and save themselves from heat waves effects. And government must also prioritize the vulnerable populations such as the old age people and also physically challenged people who might not be able to stand against these heat waves on their own. And also the vulnerable population can also include people like working in the Swiggy, Zomato, etc. because they are always constantly in the outdoors. And then there is also a need to protect the nature's cooling system. The nature's cooling system can include places like the forest and importantly wetlands, which really gets affected during these times. Next slide. So in the conclusion, we tell that the heat action plan has to be prioritized very importantly by the government because it has become a need of the day, and the heat action plan must be informed approach at minimizing heat stress and the heat stress impacting the people, assets, and communities during extremely hot weather conditions. Also, in the future, studies and monitoring of heat vulnerability and mitigation approach will be important, expanding the scope of these plans for the more efficient use. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Jayashree and Jayashree to present their paper, Climate Smart Agriculture, Pioneering Technologies and Practices for a Resilient and Sustainable Future. Good afternoon once again. Myself Jayashree and my team at Jayashree represents the BSc Chemistry Department, and our topic innovations in agriculture and climatic adaptations. And the main idea of our paper explains the increasing impacts of climate change on agricultural sector and the methods to overcome the problem. As the world confronts the major impact on the climate change, the agriculture sector faces urgent challenges, and unpredictable weather patterns and rising global temperature necessitates the transforming traditional farming practices. And then the fluctuations in global climate change in recent years furthermore ignites the declining agricultural productivity. It is because crops mainly depend on weather conditions. So if this is changing, of course it ruins the crops and ultimately affects the whole agricultural supply chain. Climate change is of ultimate concern to economists, ecologists, and mainly agriculturalists. In agriculture and climates are closely related. The major impacts, as we gone through our research, includes extreme temperature and precipitation changes, and food security faces the major threat. And the solutions for food security includes reducing greenhouse gas emission, enhance the resilience, and boost food security. Next slide. Crop diversification and agroforestry, building resilient ecosystem. First, agroforestry. It is planting the more number of crops in the same patch of land. It includes increased biodiversity, enhanced soil health, and then carbon sequestration. Next slide. Drought resistant and saline tolerant crop varieties. This includes genetic engineering, traditional breeding, and adaptation. Next slide. Integrated pest management, reducing resilience on harmful pesticides. This includes monitor and identifying the pest. Farmers use traps and scouting to identify and monitor the pest before they cause significant damage. Biological control. Introducing natural enemies, like beneficial insects, help control pests without harming the environment. And then last, cultural practices. Water saving irrigation techniques and water harvesting. This includes drip irrigation, water harvesting, and water efficient crops. Role of policy and financing in scaling agricultural innovations. First, policy support. This includes government can create incentives for the farmers to adopt sustainable practices. Next, investment. Public and private investments are crucial to developing and deploying new technologies. And third, knowledge sharing. Promoting research and collaboration can accelerate the adoption of innovations. So from our paper, the main innovative idea that we brought is as biological methods are there for increasing food productivity and yield. By the same way, we can climate resilience can be brought in crops through biotechnological approach. Thank you. Thank you, Jayashree. And I would like to propose Jayashree to present her paper, The Toxic Legacy of Colonialism, Climate Depth Analysis through the Scholars.
Myself, Udashri from First Temple English, DG Vaishnav College, presenting a paper titled The Toxic Legacy of Colonialism, Climate Debt Analysis Through the Nutmeg Scales. My paper's aim is to critically analyze the themes of colonialism and its effect on climate change as portrayed in Amitav Ghosh, The Nutmeg Scales. The methodology that I've used is quantitative analysis. That is, I've included literature review, research articles, and case studies. The key themes I would be discussing in this paper is colonialism, that is the system of domination of one country over the other, and the ecological imperialism, that is the that is the consequence of European colonialism, and then the resources, which is the added consequence of colonialism. Next slide, please. And yeah, this is the text that I based my research paper on. The Nutmeg Curse. It is written by Amitav Ghosh. The book is a non-fiction published in 2021, and it explores the trade of nutmeg and how colonialism perpetuated disregard for environment as well as the human resources. Next slide, please. And history of colonialism. Colonialism impacts our global trade and environment. It impacts how we perceive nature. And the case study that I would be sharing is the Dutch conquest of Banda Islands for the nutmeg trade. The theme that I will be discussing to this case study is indigenous versus the colonial perspective of culture. Next slide. This is the Banda Island, which is situated in the archipelago, Indonesia. Before the 1700s, nutmeg was only cultivated here because the climate was suitable for the nutmegs. Next. In this picture, we could see the Dutch forces forcing the Banda people to sell the nutmegs only to them. That is the business monopoly of nutmeg. And in the picture down, we can see them. Local Bandanese being massacred for the nutmegs and their landform being terraformed. In the picture, we can see in the behind the massacre, we can see the landform being altered, which is called terraforming. Next slide, please. And the colonialism and the mechanistic view of nature. While the Bandanese viewed the nature, the volcano, the nutmegs, all as a living entity full of vital spirit, European colonizers viewed nature as something that has to be exploited, that could be as a commodity that could be monetized. And the consequences of their mechanistic view of nature is the extinction of native species because they introduced foreign species which they could monetize from, and subsequently causing the loss of biodiversity. Next slide, please. And the resource curse that Banda experienced on the 17th century is now we are experiencing, which is the rise of fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are the main reason for the exaggerating the climate crisis, and the industrial revolution and rise of fossil fuels are extensively causing environmental deterioration because the mining process and all are environmentally exhausting. And the link between energy and geopolitical power. The energy sector serves as a promising avenue for capitalists to make money. And this unchecked capitalism is like the desire for profit has driven unsustainable practices and contributed to climate change. With energy being the pursuit of the world, countries with massive oil deposits and coal, natural gas occupies a dominant position over this because the petroleum business is like dealt in dollars only, and America occupies a dominant position in world because of it. Next slide, please. Next is the climate colonialism. Carbon emissions are like disproportionately emitted by globally developed nations or wealthier nations, but then the adverse effects of these carbon emissions are experienced by both the developing nations also. And when we study about the carbon offsetting, which is through which the wealthier nations have the right to release copious amounts of carbon And by investing in facilities in developing countries that capture and store carbon dioxide offset emissions. And even in climate conference, developing nations and developed nations couldn't come to a mutual agreement because if we see in the newspaper clipping I've presented, the conference of the parties COP29 that took place in Azerbaijan from 11th to 22nd November of 2020. The wealthier nations agreed to fund 300 billion to the poor nation. But then the agreement was seen unfair because some delegates expressed their discontent for excluding them from decision making. If we take carbon emission globally, China, United States, and India would be ranking the top. But then if we take carbon emission per capita, we can see that oil-rich countries are occupying the top three positions. Next slide. And ecological imperialism, exploitation of land and indigenous communities in the name of development project. Through carbon offsetting, these developed countries acquire rights to develop infrastructure in the developing countries, and in the name of developing infrastructure, they're involved in violent land grabbing activities. For example, Green Resources, which is a private Norwegian company in its afforestation project in Mozambique, banned the locals from accessing the water resources and rivers, and they are also infringing on human rights. And in many nations, the government itself has expelled the indigenous tribes from their native lands in the name of conservation and development projects. For example, the Japanese government, which has historically marginalized the indigenous Ainu people of the Hokkaido, is seizing their land and resources. Despite the recent acknowledgement of the Ainu, the government plans to store nuclear waste on their ancestral land, which intervenes in the sustainable practices of the indigenous then the global waste trade, that is, the developed nations are trading unsegregated, toxic, and illegal waste to the developed nations, where the and what I would recommend is the involvement of indigenous sustainable practices. And when we take indigenous people, they have lived through they are carrying the knowledge of so many decades. So when we practice what they are doing, we can attain sustainable development. And with the involvement of scientific innovations, we can do much better. And the resource curse that we are talking is, even if we take green technologies, that is the use of renewable resources, we have to use lithium and cobalt in the batteries. For that, these Democratic Republic of Congo produces over 70% of cobalt, and this is how they dig the cobalt, which is, as we can see, it involves so many corruption and poor development outcomes in that region. And next slide. For conclusion, I would call for a system that is a call for a systemic change. The need for a fundamental shift in our relationship with the environment and the importance of addressing historical injustice and creating a more equitable future. That is, we have to include voices of both the hidden forces and the marginalized tribal people. That's it.
Thank you to all the paper presenters for their insightful contribution today. Are there any questions from the audience side? Any questions?
I have one question with presenter Sri Shakti. Actually, in your title, you have mentioned two parts, stating first part in smoking cessation is co-benefit for health. But in second part, you said that strategies for reducing environmental and health impact. I need clarification in the both parts of the title.
Clarification about what?
In first part of your title, you have mentioned that smoking cessation is co-benefit for health. I need clarification in that part. Same way, in next part of your title, you said that strategies for reducing environmental and health impact. As a common listener, I take first part of your title as a positive note, since you are saying that smoking cessation is co-benefit for health. Sorry, co-benefit for environment. But in your research presentation and in your second part of your title, you mentioned that smoking cessation is not benefit for environment, since we need to, since you are developing some strategies to reduce that impact over environment and health. Then how come in title you are both just connected to extreme ends? In that I need clarification.
See, actually, they are creating one strategy for reducing environmental and health impact. No, no. No. The strategy was there, but the title is actually to address it, just read the title. Okay. Hyphen, they are making a strategy for making it for reducing the environmental and health impact. Not no, it's a continuation is there. The title, they made the title along with that, and they made a strategy for reducing the same. No, that it's based on their research survey or research study. So that's it's based on their.
My dear child, I can understand. See, one thing what I want to tell you is, see, when it is a PhD study or see, definitely questions are there. See, a UG student or a PG student coming for a paper presentation and doing some presentation is to be appreciated. It is not very easy to stand up and address this many people.
Even one more
So,
thing, the quality of paper is very.
they, they have come with a very big solution. Okay, பேர் வைக்கிறது தப்பா பேர் வச்சிட்டாங்க அதுக்காக அதோட குற்றவாளியை வச்சு செஞ்சுனா மற்றவங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் அடுத்த தடவை பிரசன்ட் பண்றது வருவாங்க சொல்லி எல்லாரும் என்ன பயப்படுவாங்க ஓகே இந்த மாதிரி கேட்பாங்க Okay. So, shall I ask you some questions? What's your name? Session 2. Okay, if that's the case, I'll ask you a question. So, can you tell me what was the policy behind stopping the export of rice? Before some days, there was the government stopped. You should not export rice. Are you aware of it? Why? Any idea? Do you have any idea? No. Very good, Selva. Again, you remain to be a common man. There is a big climatic thing behind this. நீ போய் ரிசர்ச் பண்ணி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும் ஐ வில் டெல் கவர்மெண்ட் சைட் கொடுத்த ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் நீ படிக்கல நான் சொல்றேன் நீ இப்போ போய் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும் வாட் ஹேப்பன்ஸ் இஸ் வென் வி மேக் ரைஸ் அதாவது நம்ம அரிசியை விளைவிக்கும் போது ஜாஸ்தி தண்ணி ஊற்றி அந்த அரிசியை வளர்க்கும் போது என்னன்னா அந்த கிராப்ல இருந்து ஒரு சில கேஸ் வெளியே வரும் அந்த கேஸ் வந்து ஓசோன் லேயரை வந்து டெப்ளீட் பண்ணும் ஸோ நம்மளோட ஃபார்மர்ஸோட பேசிக் ரெக்குயர்மெண்ட் ரைஸ் அப்படின்றதுனால கவர்மெண்ட் நாங்கள் அலோவ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். பட் ஒரு கட்டத்துக்கு அப்புறம் சைனாக்காரன் எல்லா நாட்டுக்காரங்களும் ரைஸ் கல்டிவேஷனை ஸ்டாப் பண்ணிட்டு இந்தியா கிட்ட இருந்து எக்ஸ்போர்ட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. தட் மீன்ஸ் தேர் இம்போர்ட்டிங் ஃப்ரம் இந்தியா. அதுக்கப்புறம் இந்தியாவும் நிறைய ரைஸை வந்து எக்ஸ்போர்ட் பண்ணிட்டே இருந்து நம்ம ஓசோன் லேயர்ல ஒரு ஓட்டையே போட ஆரம்பிச்சோம் பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் திஸ் ரைஸ் கல்டிவேஷன். ஓகே, ஸோ இதெல்லாம் ஆனதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் வந்து ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட் பேசி இந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்கள்லாம் நம்ம பண்ண வேண்டாம், கொஞ்சம் தடுத்தா பெட்டரா இருக்கும்னு யோசிச்சாங்க. திருப்பியும் வந்து அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் எல்லாம் சேர்ந்து வந்ததுனால சரி பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி யோசிச்சாங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ தேர் ஆர் சோ மெனி திங்ஸ் விச் வி டோன்ட் நோ ஆல்சோ. ஓகே, யூ கேன் ஆஸ்க் டவுட்ஸ், but it's different from questioning and asking doubts. Sit down, Vidya. Any other questions? Now you can ask your questions to us. If you have any questions or any doubts to be cleared, you can ask your questions to us. Any question you wanted to ask. So if we know, we will tell you the answer. If we don't know, we will learn, and when we meet next time, we will try to answer your question. But I appreciate your knowledge. Very good. What you're in? Stand up. The whole audience should clap for him because he's got a very beautiful knowledge. இந்த மிஸ்டேக்னா நாங்க கண்டுபிடிக்காம இல்லை, நாங்க இந்த மிஸ்டேக்ஸ் பார்த்தோம். ஒருவேளை இந்த டீச்சர் கொடுத்துருக்க பேப்பரா இருந்துச்சுன்னா டெஃபினட்டா இதுலயே இப்படி அதுலயே இப்படி நிறைய கேள்விகள் கேட்டிருப்போம். நாங்க ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டை மட்டும் தான் கேள்வி கேட்டோம். ஸோ அந்த ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டை கேள்வி கேட்டதுக்கு அப்புறம் நிறைய பேர் டென்ஷன் ஆயிடுவாங்க. இது உங்களோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டேஜா இருக்கலாம், நம்மள அவங்க என்கரேஜ் பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நம்ம என்ன பண்ணோம்னா சரி கொஸ்டின்ஸை குறைச்சிடலாம், தேவைன்னா கடைசியில கேட்கலாம்னு நினைச்சோம். பட் நீ ரொம்ப அழகா வெரி ரைட் கொஸ்டின் யூ ஹவ் ஆஸ்க்ட். திஸ் இஸ் ஆல்சோ மற்ற ரிசர்ச் எல்லாருக்குமே வந்து when you're making the paper you should understand that கூட்டத்தில் நம்மால் ஒருத்தன் உட்காந்துருப்பான்னு யோசிச்சுட்டு இன்னும் கரெக்டா நம்ம அந்த பேப்பரை பண்ணோம். மேக்கிங் a paper is not a very easy thing. You should have the responsibility because you are the author. You are not a student. When you're presenting a paper, you are a scholar, you are an author. அதனால நீங்க என்ன பண்ணணும்னா ரொம்ப பொறுப்பா யாராவது இந்த மாதிரி கேட்டாங்கன்னா கஷ்டமாயிடும் பார்த்து பார்த்து டீச்சர்ஸ் கிட்ட போய் பேசி இந்த பேப்பர் இப்படி எழுதியிருக்கேன், இது கரெக்டா, இந்த டைட்டில் ஏதாவது சேஞ்சஸ் பண்ணுமா, இது இந்த மாதிரி தான் வருமான்ட்டு. அவன் ரெண்டாவது ஒரு கொஸ்டின் கேட்டான், இதுல இருந்து எப்படி அதுக்கு போனீங்கன்ட்டு. டெக்னிக்கலி அவன் கேட்ட கொஸ்டின் 100% ரைட் தான். ஓகே, ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் நம்ம பேப்பர் பண்ணும்போது ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸும் சரி டேக் த ஹெல்ப் அண்ட் கைடன்ஸ் ஆஃப் டீச்சர்ஸ் ஆர் ஹோம்ஸ் எவர் இட் இஸ். When it comes to research, it is not only your college, it is not only your teachers, whomsoever it is, I want to do a research paper, can you please help me அப்படின்னு கேட்டா definitely people are there. நாங்க படிக்கணும்னு நினைச்சா உதவி பண்றதுக்கு எல்லா டீச்சர்ஸும் ரெடியா தான் இருப்பாங்க. So come to teachers. If you have any doubts, we will clear them. Thank you, my dear children. You have any doubts, my dear children? Shall we wind up? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I would like to express our gratitude to our esteemed chairperson, Dr. S. Balakrishnan, and co-chairperson, Dr. Rao Prasan Jyoti sir, for sharing their valuable insights and expertise. Your guidance had made this session more impactful and inspiring. Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you to everyone for your active participation and for making this session a success. Now, I request our chairperson and co-chairperson to distribute the certificate and published books to the presenters. I would call upon the following members to receive their presentation certificates and their books. Aman Luni, Jayashree and Jayashree, Kotashi, Sam K. Reena, Aarti and Sri Shakti, Does she? Thank you, Rina. Vasanta Mayurani and Subhashri. Aruna Tamali and Juhi Jaman. Karthik Raja and Hari Sriram. Guys, kindly show your appreciation. Let's give all the paper presenter a big round of applause for the. As we sign off from today's event, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries, paper presenters for their valuable contribution. We are concluding today's session on a successful note. Tomorrow we will have technical session 4 on the human impact of climate change, social, economic and cultural perspectives, followed by the valedictory session. Everyone is kindly requested to assemble in the auditorium at 8:30 a.m. and paper presentees are requested to be prepared. And there's an announcement for sociology department students. I'm happy to announce that the Indian Knowledge System (AKS) online classes will begin starting from today. You can join the recorded classes by logging in through your LMS. And everyone is kindly requested to get your refreshments, which are available in the front. So kindly use the front exit. And thank you, and let's wind up today's session.